And welcome to the City Council regular meeting and Housing Authority special meeting. We will call the meeting to order. It is now 5 p.m. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Here.
and Mayor McQueen LeJean.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Councilmember Hernandez is absent.
Great, thank you. Do we have any public comments?
No public comments for closed session.
Great, thank you. Madam City Attorney, can you please read the closed session items into the record?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we have 4 matters going into closed session. They are set forth on the agenda. The first 3 items, A, B, and C, are conference with labor negotiators under Government Code 54957.6. The agency representatives and the labor unions are set forth in the agenda. The 4th item going into closed session is the public employee performance evaluation brought under Government Code Section 54957B1, and that is for the city manager.
Great, thank you. Are there any conflict of interests to disclose at this time?
Yes, I am excluding myself from item A due to potential financial impact because of my husband's member of the POA, and I am removing the Levine Act from item B. That is not a Levine Act.
Okay, great. Do we have that recorded? City Manager?
I think, it's not an item requiring a recusal, right?
It's not an
Is
item
our
requiring-
understanding. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Let's see. Okay, so with that, we're going to recess into closed session. The time is now 5:02. All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council regular meeting. The time is now 6:31. We'll have our flag salute by Councilmember Gama.
All right. If you could please stand and place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Here.
Mayor McQueen-Lejeune.
Here.
Please let the record reflect that Councilmember Hernandez is absent.
Great, thank you. We're going to have our inspiration tonight by Councilmember Gama.
All right. I love doing inspiration, and let's get this to come up. So there was a man here in the city of Port Hueneme by the name of Theodore Waddell, and he was the original guy with a bucket around town. And this is a guy that I would see every day in and around Hueneme. He always had his bucket. He was always paying attention to Bubbling Springs, the beach, everywhere you'd see this guy. And you can see on his bucket, it says, Hueneme, litter free, you and me. So Mr. Waddell was a big inspiration of mine. I used to be surfing all the time, and I'd see him with his white bucket, and I used to say to myself, I could do that, I should do that. Well, my surfing days are limited, and Ted passed away in 2015, and he inspired me to pick up a bucket and start addressing the litter here in the city of Port Hueneme. So I have a bunch of slides that I'm gonna run through really fast. And I just want you to think of Ted Waddell inspiration. And he's inspired so many people to come out to Hueneme Beach Cleanup and be a part of the solution. And I can tell you, we're coming up on our 9-year anniversary, and we really have made a difference. So here we go. The day we started, you could see the memorial was overcome with sand, and that was the original impetus to start doing something on a Saturday at Hueneme Beach. And I got a bucket, and I rendered it Hueneme Little Free, you and me. So yeah, every Saturday we meet at the Alaska 261 Memorial. We've been doing this for almost 9 years. You can see that we do it out of love. Over the years, we've had so many different groups, high schools, colleges, elementary schools, members of our community. Back in the day, we were filling up dumpsters. There was so much trash, and now we feel like we got it to a point. We even get little families out there. We have a good time, and we'd like to say it's wellness. And I've actually seen kids grow to be over 6 feet tall over the 9 years. And it's great because they started when they're way shorter than me. We get just a beautiful time every morning. Everyone here on this dais has participated at some point or another. As Councilmember Perez. We had kids from Ojai. We get kids from Camarillo. V&A Lopez has showed up. Kelly Long has showed up. We get Camarillo High School. I mean, it covers the whole county. So again, thinking back to Ted Waddell, he's inspired all these people. And we've made a wonderful, wonderful difference here at Hueneme Beach. Amgen supports us. We got a bunch of regulars that come every Saturday, and it's just a wonderful thing. So if you're ever looking for something to do on a Saturday, come join us. We meet at 8:30 a.m. at the Alaska Memorial. We have an early start at 7:30 a.m. Official start time is 8:30. We stop at 10. All you have to do is bring a good attitude. Look at Rich Rollins. This guy this is a Disney character that we found out in Norman Lagoon, and turned out that he was an original Disney character and somebody stole it. And so when I went to replace it and looked up online, these things could go for as much as $1,600. So I have a new one, but it didn't cost $1,600. We even send people out to Malibu who take buckets and sticks with them, and I give it to them, and they go do a cleanup out in Malibu. These are all the toys that I've found over the years. These are some of the different groups that we've worked with, and it's a joy. My friend Rodney Robinson in the middle, he got a bucket and he started picking up trash in Washington. So we feel like our inspiration from Ted Waddell is going to other states as well. And PD, Protect My Happy Place. Marsha is a regular. She's been out just about the entire time that we've been doing it. KVTA helps us out, brings listeners out to help us. There's the Police Explorers at the bottom right. But we've had thousands of people, thousands of buckets, and we've made a huge, huge impact on the quality of Hueneme Beach. And so if you're ever looking for something to do on a Saturday, every litter bit matters. Hueneme litter free, you and me. Let's leave our community better than we found it. And again, Ted Waddell is the big time inspiration for all of this. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gama. We'll now move to the closed session report. Madam Attorney or City Attorney, do you have a report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We were only able to discuss items A and B on the agenda, and as to those two items, there's no reportable action. As to items C and D on the agenda, we will resume the closed session at the conclusion of this meeting.
Thank you. We'll now move to public comments. These are public comments not pertaining to the items on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes. First up, Robert Young.
Good evening. My name is Robert Young. I live at 187 West Garden Green in Port Hueneme, Hueneme Bay. My interest is to address the installation of a 45-foot 5G Wi-Fi tower on the common grounds of Hueneme Bay residential complex. The owner of the said company is Wi-Fi Tower. Mike Taylor is the owner. The tower is located less than 20 yards from my residence. I received one notification from the city of Port Hueneme addressing the installation of the said tower. Nothing from the owners of the company and nothing from my HOA. The letter from the city I received, the letter that I received from the city, I received 11 days prior to the notice of a public hearing. As said, I was able to reschedule my work, and so I drafted a letter and brought it to the assistant city planner and spoke with him briefly. I did not receive any response from this city or again from any other party with regards to that. Interestingly enough, I've gone to the plans as they were posted on the city planner's website. I found that the initial application was for broadband, internet broadband, not 5G. In fact, that's what this is from the City of Port Hueneme's website. The services to be provided involve only broadband internet. There is no operating authority that needs to be obtained. This was from the California Divisions of Public Utilities. There was a response from CPUC to Mr. Jose Coyotl, if I'm not mispronouncing, and it reads, "Thank you for your prompt response. The intended service only includes broadband internet." Additionally, almost as an addendum, the Planning Division is processing a conditional use for the installation of a Wi-Fi antenna on a 45-foot pole. I'm not sure if there was a response from CPUC with regards to the additional application. Yeah. There is a little concern. I don't know how many of you know the difference between internet broadband and 5G Wi-Fi. There is a difference, right? Is that my 3 minutes?
Yes, great, thank you.
Thank you. If you leave that information with our city clerk, we can have somebody from the planning department look into it.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Greg Ross.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, esteemed City Council members. I'm going to be brief. I like to tell my wife that I don't care what she calls me as long as she doesn't call me late for dinner. So dinner awaits. Hopefully in front of you, you have a little sheet that looks like this. This is about the truckers that primarily come from the port. I've blown this one up. There's a false narrative. I've been to every Harbor Commission district. I refuse to call it Oxnard Harbor Commission District. I've been to every one for a year. There's a false narrative over there that only 25 or 28% of all the trucks on the road in Hueneme belong to the port. I'm here to tell you visually, I witnessed that that's not the case. So, I know there's a lot of discussions between the port and the city about the 2015 settlement agreement. One little thing I want to say about that. The dollar in 2015 is $1 is now $1.36. So that settlement agreement, I know you're all working on it, needs to be fixed. Getting back to the truckers, and then I'll let you go. Great newsletter, by the way. Love this. This is what Small Town USA is all about. On the back, and I respect that there's a parking solution analysis. We have issues of our own at our HOA. However, you got to start with the truckers. I report 2 to 3 truckers, semi-tractor trailer rigs, a day that are not where they're supposed to be. They're on city streets. They're not supposed to be there. When I came here just this afternoon, there's a big flatbed parked right in front of the apartments on Hueneme Road between Market and Ventura Road. Not supposed to be there. So we have to rein those truckers in, and our roads are a mess, and it's because of those truckers. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, and Maya Yang and Guillermo Seh.
Hello, my name is Maya Young. I am a current junior from Fillmore. I am a member of the Ventura County Junior Fair Board. The Junior Fair Board is an organization of high school students throughout Ventura County focused on youth leadership and development and community engagement. During the fair, we put on classic games like watermelon eating and karaoke during the fair. I am here on behalf of the Ventura County Fair to present the official 2025 poster. It was drawn by Caitlin Qua, and she is a 4th grader from Camarillo. Her poster was selected among over 200 poster submissions. We are excited for the concert lineup for the fair this year. July 30th, Beach Block Party featuring Tone Loc, Yin Yang Twins, and more. July 31st, Diplo. August 1st, Dirty Heads. August 2nd, Lee Bryce. August 3rd, Día de la Familia, La Maquinaria Norteña, La Séptima Banda featuring Mi Banda El Mexicano. August 4th, Flo Rida. August 5th, Dylan Scott. August 3rd, Scott McCurry, and 3 days of rodeo, August 8th through the 10th. We also have special admission days on Wednesday, July 30th, 5 before 5 p.m., Friday, August 1st, Youth Day, Tuesday, August 5th, Seniors and Persons with Disabilities Day, Wednesday, August 6th, Ventura County Community Members Day, Thursday, August 7th, Community Heroes Day, Friday, August 8th, Food Chair Day. We hope to see you all at the fair. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And this is
Oh,
for
wow.
you guys to keep.
Oh, thank you.
Yay.
A 4th grader did that? That's really
Wow. Madam Clerk, do we have any more comments?
There are no more public comments.
Okay, can we take a picture? We want to take a picture of you. Come on. Yeah, that's beautiful. Let me
Madam Mayor.
Shoulder to shoulder, elbows up, side to side.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, thank you again. We're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. May I have a motion and a second to approve tonight's agenda?
Move to approve?
Second.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Do we have any members of the council that have conflict of interest to disclose for any of the agenda items? No? Okay, we're going to move on to our presentations. First, we have a proclamation honoring Police Sergeant Rick Perez for his service. And we're going to ask Rick to come forward as our Human Resource Risk Manager, Frank Lee, comes forward.
I think our chief is going to join them as
Come
well.
on, Chief. No? Chief?
Chief, are you coming up too? Okay.
Proclamation?
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor,
Okay.
City Council, citizens of Port Hueneme. My name is Frank Lee, HR Risk Manager for the City of Port Hueneme, and I'm here to introduce you to an employee who's dedicated his life to the City of Port Hueneme. And to speak on his career, I'd like to invite Chief Federico.
Good evening, everyone. Rick, AKA Ricky, to many of us who've known him since he was young once. He was my partner in Detectives back in the day, and he has been not just a dedicated member of the department, but you're looking at your most tenured police officer for this. Currently, had worked the number of years for the city in Rick. You're going to hear a proclamation, you're going to see us read some stuff, and I got to tell you, his dedication to public service isn't just the 31 years to the city. Those that have known him for many years know he started out with Santa Paula Fire right out of high school, right? Shortly after, a couple years after high school, and he did several years with Santa Paula Fire, volunteering with them and part-time with them, before he came to us here at Hueneme PD. So his dedication to public service is not over 31 years, it's over 35, almost 36 years. And the crazy thing is, he's asking to stay on as a reserve police officer and volunteer more time with the city. That's an incredibly rare thing after a long career to stay on. There's only so many noble people out of both, the public safety, both fire and police, that stay on to volunteer and do that. But that just shows to the commitment and dedication to the community. I can only think of a few other people, officers in the department, Ron, maybe John Ema, that stayed on afterwards just to show their true dedication to the city and continue to volunteer. Amongst the things you'll hear in the proclamation about Rick is his respect from other agencies in this county. He's well known, and he's known as a very approachable and respected police officer, but also as a boxing coach, not only to other peace officers in the county, but throughout this community. He's also known as was also well known in this county and in Southern California as a forensic sketch artist. So back before we had all this crazy AI, somebody actually sat down with a victim and drew a picture of the suspect. And he was so point on so many of those. And we joke because that's probably what he was doing in high school on the Peachy folder and doodling. And you know what a teacher says? It's not going to amount to anything. There's people in prison right now that would disagree. So wonderful, wonderful sketch artist. And then his comical drawings of some of us around the station have also found their way at the end of his pen. But Rick's also been part of this community, living in the city, and taking ownership of the city for decades, most of his career. So it's not a surprise that he's made so many friends, not just within the department and City Hall, but within this community. There's lots of people that know him. And they know he's an approachable cop that they can come talk to and tell him about their issues. And he's managed to do that and speak for the department on several occasions. Another reason he is so involved in this community is because he married somebody who was in public service. So I wanted to say, Misty, thank you for sharing Rick with us. But also, Misty, I think you tied up all of his off-duty time doing events in the city and Lions Club and all that. So his dedication just doubled with the powerhouse of all the civic work you two do. As being somebody I grew up with in this department and a partner in detectives and everything, I started first, so this should be me. But I say it's very dear to be able to stand here with him as his chief and his former detective partner, to see him off into this next path in life. But I'm also very proud to know he wants to stay on with the department as a reserve and continue to serve the city. So I'm gonna be reading the proclamation. Oh, thought it was gonna be done by council. Okay. Proclamation time. You wanna come stand next to me? All right. Whereas, okay, this is a proclamation honoring Police Sergeant Rick Perez for his service to the city of Port Hueneme. Whereas Sergeant Rick Perez began his distinguished law enforcement career in 1994 as a reserve officer for the Port Hueneme Police Department. And whereas Sergeant Rick Perez attended the Rio Hondo Regional Training Center Police Academy and was hired as a full-time police officer on December 23rd, 1998. Promoted to detective in 2001, promoted to senior officer in 2003, promoted to sergeant in 2004, and honorably retired from the city, which will be on August 1st, 2025. Whereas during his tenure as a detective, he was well known and respected by law enforcement agencies throughout Ventura County for his skills and abilities as a forensic sketch artist and for training numerous peace officers and community members as a boxing coach. And whereas during his tenure as a sergeant, he served as a patrol watch commander and supervised the chaplain program, our reserve unit, and our Explorer program. And whereas during his tenure as a sergeant, he was assigned as the administrative sergeant, overseeing department training, vehicle fleet, volunteers, and a reinstitution of the CERT volunteer program. Whereas Sergeant Rick Perez has received numerous letters of commendation and awards during his service to the community, including Supervisor of the Year in 2022. Whereas his colleagues know him as a dependable teammate and friend who takes pride in his work with the community and who's always ready to lend moral support or a helping hand when needed. And whereas Sergeant Rick Perez has improved the quality of life for the residents of the city of Port Hueneme during his tenure with the Port Hueneme Police Department and will be greatly missed. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme hereby recognizes and honors Police Sergeant Rick Perez for his 31 years of dedication, commitment, and service to our community and wishes him well in all his future endeavors. Proclaim this 21st day of July, 2025.
Thank you.
We'll do the speech right after.
Okay.
Read this one? You want to do that? You want to do this? Okay. So the police department is presenting him. We love doing the embroidered badge that you can hang on the wall and show proudly. Presented to Sergeant Rick Perez in recognition of over 31 years of dedicated and exemplary service to the citizens of Port Hueneme and for your unwavering loyalty and commitment as a member of the Port Hueneme Police Department. Your determination, energy, and enthusiasm will never be forgotten. We wish you the best in your retirement, and it is with sincere gratitude that we present you with this token of our respect and esteem, and it has the years that he Reserve Officer 94, Police Officer 98, Senior Officer 2003, and Sergeant 2004 to 2025.
That plaque looks so much better, but this is from the city. That's from the department. To Rick Perez, from 1994 to 2025. Thank you for 31 years of dedicated service to the city of Port Hueneme. Best wishes for a happy, healthy, and fulfilling retirement.
And you get an orchid.
A small token of our appreciation. And for a photo op, quickly.
We'd like to get a speech from him first, and then we'll go to a photo op. So go right ahead. Smile.
I'm not very big on coming out and getting awards and being the center of attention, but his little voice told me, "You better be there." And then I said, "Yes, dear." So, but gosh, just to look back, it's like, I remember the first day showing up here in 1994, and I was in my early 20s, and here I am, and I have sons in their early 20s, just craziness. I met some great people here, great mentors. Dale Harbin, Dan Morgan, Romy Alvarez, and this really spunky cop named Mike Federico. Yeah, it was something. It was a good ride. To look at things and look back, and just to think of the one thing about the one thing that goes around a lot is leadership, and I think the term's overrated. I'm not big in regards to titles. What I look back in my life and my career here is not so much leadership as how good was I as a servant. How good was I with the people here in this community and the people I worked with and raising my children. That's what I look back on, and hopefully I did a good job with that. I mean, you can put it down in writing, but you really won't know until you have people approach you and tell you, thank you for what you did that night for me or that day for me. Hopefully that day comes. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the awards and the compliments. And just all I can say is take care of our chief. He's a good man. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Council members, do you have any comments? Let's start with Councilmember Perez.
Well, so I wrote something because I'm terrible with remembering what I need to say, especially when it's so emotional. But I knew I was gonna cry. But 30 years you wore the badge with pride and integrity. And the one thing you can look at yourself in the mirror and you know that you didn't compromise your character. And everybody that knows that about you, everyone that works with you can say that about you. Everyone that knows you knows that about you. Your children know that about you. And everybody that encounters you knows that about you. And I think that's the best thing that anyone can take, is that you never compromised. You raised your children while doing this job. You raised 2 girls that weren't your own. And you did it all with integrity and compassion, and you love this community. And that's why you live here, and that's why you invested in it, and that's why you stayed here for 30 plus years, and that's why you're still here. And I know that we're all proud of you. I know that your children are proud of you. And I know you have mentored a lot of the people in this department. You're a father figure, a brother, and you've been a good leader. I know that people remember situations that have happened in this community where you were pivotal in taking control. There have been things that people that come to mind where they remember you taking control of situations where you were the calming presence of things that have happened. I still get reminded of things, of people remembering you in situations. There's some of people here who remember you as a coach, you were an important part in their life in changing and being who they are today. And I think everyone can say that, just thank you. Thank you for your service and your dedication. And thank you for being the man you are.
Very well said. Yeah, any person that sticks in a community for 30 years, lives in the community, clearly loves the community, and that's the kind of leadership and people we love in this community. Our community is tight-knit, and your service to the community over these last 31 years, I mean, man, the things that you have been a part of, the things that you've helped calm and cure, just doesn't go unrecognized. And so whether you like it or not, you're what we call a hero, and your dedication to the city is very well respected. And not only are you good with the sharp end of a pencil, but you're kind of witty with your remarks and stuff. And I appreciate that. And sometimes I want to snap back, but I just know Rick Perez, this guy loves our community. This guy has served our community, and he served it well. And so he's an inspiration, and he's an inspiration to his children, to his wife, to the city council, to our chief, and to our community, most importantly. So thank you so much.
Congratulations on a job well done. Your retirement is, you have fingerprints all over this place with the leadership that you provided. So you should feel good that you trained a lot of junior officers under you, and so that does not go unnoticed. So that you continue your service. So 35 years of service as a public servant is a true testament to who you are, a service provider, and I appreciate that. The city of Port Hueneme appreciates that, so thank you for your service and a job well done.
Yeah, I'd say ditto to all that. What's funny today, I saw this weekend I saw the presentation with your name on it that says, for your service, recognize him for his service. I'm like, when do we start recognizing people for just their service? And then someone said today, oh, he's retiring. I'm like, what? He's retiring? But yeah, just 30 years. I was just looking around the room and at the number of people. If you're not 30 or 31 years old, raise your hand. If you're 31 or below, raise your hand. 31 or below, raise your hand. So this man has been servicing and supporting our city since a lot of us has been born, right? Not me, of course, but 30 years. I mean, when you say it, it doesn't seem very much, but when you really think about what has happened in the last 30 years, you start to really see the impact. And so thank you doesn't seem like enough to say to someone who has worked as a police officer, putting their life on the line for 31 years. That just doesn't seem like enough. But we so have appreciated you. I'm sure the community, the residents have appreciated you. And I'm with Chief Federico. I see you more than just in the police department, right? I see you out knocking on doors. I see you out with the Lions Club, just providing service. And it really takes a special kind of a person to just continue to serve over and over. So our Mayor Pro Tem talked about the folks that you've trained. Just know your legacy is going to live on in this department as you become a volunteer, and when you're gone, it's just going to continue. I think that's how many people you've touched, and not just in the police department, but throughout our community. So thank you so much for all that you've done. And I'm really looking forward to seeing possibly some comic book, or or something, or a boxing ring set up somewhere. So yeah, just so appreciative of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we're going to come for a photo.
He wants some pictures.
Chief?
He wants some pictures.
Oh, you want picture?
He wants pictures of us.
Okay.
Sorry, he first wanted a picture
cool.
with James,
Yeah.
Chief, and Councilmember Perez.
Absolutely.
First, then
Absolutely.
open it up.
31 years.
31 years.
Yeah, let's move out of this.
You want with you two and the kids, or just kids? You want one with the kids and one without the kids? Okay. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three.
Stay there.
Don't leave.
Oh, let him go first.
One, two, three. One, two, three. Okay. This one's the Councilmember Perez to help. One, two, three. Sorry. One, two, three. Okay.
Okay, we have a handful of more proclamations, so bear with us. So we're going to be recognizing here our Hueneme heroes and presenting the proclamations. And so what I will say before we get started is that we are missing one signature on the proclamations. So if you would like to take it today, you can take it. If you want to leave it so we can gather the final signature, you can leave it with us and we'll make sure you get it after that. So we're going to start with Miss Anna Bolo, and this is going to be presented by Mr. Gama.
Right.
Councilmember Gama, you can make your way up.
Should we go down to the podium or do it from here?
However you want to do it.
Hueneme Little League. Yeah. We're celebrating a successful year, in the first year of our new stadium, and we're so pleased to see how well our all-star team did. So to anyone who had anything to do with that, congratulations. Thank you for bringing Hueneme to the forefront. So here we go. To my friend, to my community member, this proclamation is the 2025 Hueneme Heroes Award, and it's going to be presented to Anna Bolo. Whereas the City of Port Hueneme established the Hueneme Heroes Award to honor persons, groups who embody community values and have made extraordinary community contributions. And whereas the city wishes to honor Anna Bolo as one of the 3 2025 Hueneme Hero Award recipients. And whereas Mrs. Bolo had made a significant and lasting contribution to the revitalization of Port Hueneme Little League through countless hours of volunteer work, providing leadership, direction, and inspiration to the entire community. And whereas, as president of the Port Hueneme Little League, Mrs. Bolo has demonstrated an extraordinary commitment, devoting her time, energy, and heart to creating a welcoming, safe, and enriching environment for children and families. And whereas Mrs. Bolo's tireless efforts have benefited the entire community, from children to parents to grandparents, who gather at Bubbling Springs Park to enjoy and support Little League and each other. And whereas Mrs. Bolo was unanimously recommended for the Hueneme Heroes Award by the City of Port Hueneme Citizen Advisory Commission, and unanimously awarded the honor by the City Council. And whereas Mrs. Bolo will be formally recognized, she already has, at the 2025 Hueneme Beach Festival. And I think her shirt said, what did it say? We are Hueneme. Yes, we are Hueneme. By the City of Port Hueneme Citizens Advisory Committee, and I already read that. Okay, but that's it. Mrs. Bolo will be has been formally recognized at the 2025 Hueneme Beach Festival. Her name has been inscribed on the Hueneme Heroes plaque here in City Hall lobby to celebrate her accomplishments, and her portrait will be displayed above the plaque. Whereas the City of Port Hueneme is proud of Mrs. Bolo and is grateful for her extraordinary community contributions. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme does hereby recognize and honor Miss Anna Bolo as a 2025 Hueneme Heroes Award recipient and extends its deepest appreciation for her invaluable contributions and enduring dedication to the community. Proclaimed this 21st day of July, 2025. Congratulations. Now, I know you got the word.
I really didn't plan to speak, but I think you guys are probably tired of hearing me speak anyways. For a while, once we started getting the award, I thought, God, they're paying a lot of money just to get rid of me, so I don't have to come back to the council anymore. But it has been truly an honor to have served our community. I know it wasn't, 8 years doesn't seem, or are not 30 years, but I love this community. This is the first place that I really called home. My parents live here. Everywhere I go, I always compare the city to all these other places, and there's no place like home. During your speech, you brought something that has really carried me through the entire time that I helped the kids and worked with the city to better our community, is leave it better than you found it. I try to strive for that in everything that I do, from work, from home, definitely at the Little League, that park, having to step back. It's been hard. I think my team could tell you guys that it's been hard to step down because I want to be in it. I have a granddaughter now, and all I think is I'm coming back in a couple of years and I'm starting on the t-ball field. And I look forward to it. I really look forward to it, and seeing the kids out there, seeing the playground full of kids, where before, nobody could park on the weekend. That's been truly something that I'll carry with me, for the rest of my life. Just seeing those smiles, seeing those grandparents, seeing people go up to the snack bar and say, we're not even here to watch a game. We just came to get some food and we're going back home because we live across the street. That's awesome. That's what we fought for. And I can't thank you guys enough for fighting along with us, getting this project done in the time that you guys did. It's probably a record, once you guys got the green light and then got the red light and then got the green light again. It's been an honor. So thank you for this award. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. You can stand over. You good?
One, two, three.
And our president is actually at our tournament right now. Just for you guys to know, this entire week, Port Hueneme Little League is hosting the state tournament for the 9 to 11-year-olds. So right now we have cities from all over, San Diego, up to Goleta. They're all playing here and at El Rio Little League. So we're putting the park to good use.
I do. Before you go, we have some comments. Don't run,
Yeah,
don't go
leave.
anywhere just yet. So you kept us moving when we started out with this. What was that? 5 years ago? What was that, Director Basua? 5 years ago? We started this project, and you wanted a playground, and you wanted a snack bar, and we did everything we could to finagle, scheme, manipulate, try to find the money, and then we got lucky with that grant. Thank God for our Parks and Recs department, did a fantastic job of getting that grant. And then our Director Basua got that program underway and got the project going. So we can't take all the credit. We have a fantastic staff who made sure that we were on schedule and made sure that we got it done. So, you made sure the community was there pushing us, and all we did was approve it and made sure it stayed on schedule and made sure that the staff did, and the staff's fantastic. So this took a team to make sure this was done. So we thank everybody who participated in this, including you, because you were a driving force, because the community is the reason why we made sure this was done. So we thank the community for coming out and caring about this as much as we did.
Gabby, Charles.
Yeah, the first time I went to Bubbling Springs Park, I was 10 years old, so that was 52 years ago. And to think that the park lasted as long as it did, in politics and city council business, you want your stuff to last the test of time. And clearly Bubbling Springs Little League did outlast the test of time. And here comes the grandbaby. Get her ready for that T-ball career that's coming. And I think a lot of it, particularly in the last several years, has been because of your leadership and your hard work and all the people that you surrounded yourself with down there. And to look at Hueneme Little League today versus 52 years ago, or even like 5 years ago, it's amazing. So thank you for being a good steward of our Bubbling Springs Park.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your activism. I know that your want list, it's for the community. And during your ribbon cutting ceremony, it was good to see an actual Major League Baseball player there to throw the first pitch. That was awesome. So Hueneme makes Major League Baseball players, and it starts at T-ball. So thank you for your activism. As someone that lives near Park Avenue, the lights on at night, the noise, I love it. As I walk through the park, it feels like community. And so thank you for bringing, your activism and kickstarting the council. So thank you.
Yes. Yes, like council member Agama, I too, as a child, spent a lot of time at Bubbling Springs Park, picking the crawdads out of the green water that's still green today. But I love it. I love it that our small community has helped with our neighbors and our community create this beautiful place that everyone in Port Hueneme or out can enjoy. And so I haven't been around 5 years, Councilmember Perez, but I've been around almost 3 years, and you were a staple in this council board meetings. So I so appreciate just you showing up and fighting for what was important or what is important to you. And I will tell you, as you spoke tonight, I can see the passion that you have. And I imagine that that passion runs through all of you guys who are supporting the Little League. And so much appreciative of what you are doing for the children, right? We all have to do our part in raising the future, which is not just the future, it's really today as well. And so thank you so much for what you have done and what you pushed us to do. And so appreciate that so much. Thank you. All right, thank you. We're going to move to our next hero, and Councilmember Gama, you have this one as well. For Jennifer? Yeah, I don't think she is. Ms. Timoroff here? Oh, she's here. Great. Yes.
Such a pleasure to have numerous heroes in the city of Port Hueneme. I mean, that's a testament of our community. Hello, I'm Stephen Gama. Nice to meet you, Jennifer.
And Mrs. T as well.
Mrs. T, is it okay if I call you Mrs. T?
Yes.
Timorath. Okay. This proclamation, 2025 Hueneme's Hero Award to Jennifer Tihamaroff, Mrs. T. Whereas the city of Port Hueneme established the Hueneme's Heroes Award to honor persons and groups who embody community values and have made extraordinary community contributions. And whereas the city wishes to honor Mrs. T as one of the 3 2025 Hueneme Hero Award recipients. And whereas Mrs. T, affectionately known as Mrs. T by students, teachers, and staff, has devoted 16 years of volunteer service to Hueneme Elementary School. Since 2009, continuing to give of her time, energy, and heart, even after her son graduated and entered college. And whereas Mrs. T's frequent presence on campus brings joy and stability through her many efforts, including providing classroom assistance, leading the Scholastic Book Fair, helping students improve their reading and comprehension skills, and even serving as a substitute librarian. And whereas Mrs. T has held key roles in the school's parent-teacher association, serving as president, treasurer, and secretary, demonstrating her commitment to the success of students and staff. And whereas Mrs. T is also known for her generosity, often treating staff with her homemade baked goods and lifting spirits through her dedication, warmth, and service, has become a beloved and trusted presence at Hueneme Elementary School, embodying compassion, commitment, and community involvement. And whereas Mrs. T was unanimously recommended for the Hueneme Heroes Award by the City of Port Hueneme Citizen Advisory Commission and unanimously awarded the honor by the City Council. And whereas Mrs. T was formally recognized at the 2025 Hueneme Beach Festival as her name inscribed on the Hueneme Heroes plaque in the City Hall lobby to celebrate her accomplishments, and her portrait will be displayed above the plaque. And whereas the City of Port Hueneme is proud of Mrs. T and is grateful for her extraordinary community contributions. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme does hereby recognize and honor Miss Jennifer Tihamaroff as the 2025 Hueneme Heroes Award recipient and extends its deepest appreciation for her invaluable contributions and enduring dedication to our community. Most importantly, you dedicated to the youth of our community, which is very important to all of us. So with that, thank you so much. Let's say a few words.
Mr. Gama just said that I'm dedicated to the youth of our community, and that also includes the scouting movement. My son is an Eagle Scout, and I have sat on the Eagle board for many of the scouts in his troop and serve as a merit badge counselor for 16 different merit badges, because I just can't pick the ones I like the most. And it is an honor and a pleasure every day of my life to serve our children, because they are our future. And I insist that they learn to read. And I tell them, if you can't read, you can't do anything in this. You can't do math. You can't learn history. You can't learn science. And so if I teach one child to love reading and to become a good reader and to be a successful student, I feel I have been a success. So 2 book fairs a year, and the pleasure of that is seeing the joy on their faces as they find the book they wanted to buy. And they take that book home and they read it. And some of my teachers I work with are here, and it is a joy every day to come to school and photocopy and staple and cut and collate and laminate for them so that they can spend their lunchtime eating their lunch and relaxing a little bit. Our teachers have a tremendous job ahead of them teaching our children, and we need more volunteers helping them and inspiring our students and mentoring them and helping them to become productive members of our community here. So it is a pleasure and a joy and an honor in my life to be able to do the things I do. And as he said, my son is in college now, and some days I think there's really no reason I have to be going over there. But then I get there and somebody's excited to see me, so it makes my day. So I appreciate the award. It has been a joy of my life, and I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. So if you ever want to find me, I'm across the street at Hueneme Elementary School.
We're gonna get pictures? Oh, yeah.
Avoid ice going everywhere. I'll take a picture and then I'll let you each take one. Okay. Everyone here first, and then we'll do others. 1, 2, 3.
And her colleagues, if you're here with her tonight and you want to come up in the picture, please come. No? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Oh.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I'll make a brief one.
We did have a couple of comments. Councilmember Perez?
Yes, I just want to say that I thank you so much for what you do. I love your attitude. I think a child's mind is a terrible thing to waste. So I am so glad that you dedicate so much of your time to children. And I wish we had more people like you that do so, because I know that you're probably a blessing to your colleagues there. And I just think what you do is just so great. I love it. Thank you so much for your dedication.
Go ahead. Do you have anything?
Yes, I just want to echo what Councilmember Perez just said. Thank you for your years of service. I'm 100% positive those kids love you. They remember you, and just. But sincerely, thank you for all that you do.
Yeah, I'll have the city manager stop me if I say something I'm not supposed to say. But we are so glad that your colleagues or your friends continue to nominate you for this award. We've seen your name before, and I think this year you may have gotten 4 or 5 or 6, I don't know how many, but we're so glad that they hung in there and gave us an opportunity to recognize you tonight. So thank you so much for being here and all the work that you do. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to our final Heroes Award proclamation. And so that's going to be presented by Councilmember Perez.
Where are the Lions Club members? Everyone come up to the podium, please. I'll just read the proclamation, and if you have anything to say, then you can speak after, then we'll do photos. Proclamation 2025 Hueneme Heroes Award, Port Hueneme's Lion Club. Whereas the City of Port Hueneme established the Hueneme Hero Award to honor persons or groups who embody community values and have made extraordinary community contributions. And whereas the city wishes to honor the Port Hueneme Lions Club as one of 3 2025 Hueneme Hero Award recipients. And whereas the Port Hueneme Lions Club was chartered in June 2024 with the primary mission of supporting the community of Port Hueneme. And whereas the Port Hueneme Lions Club has provided meaningful support to local education throughout initiatives such as teacher recognition within the Hueneme School District and fundraising for the Care Closet at Parkview Elementary School, which provides essential resources for students in need. And whereas the Port Hueneme Lions Club has also contributed to youth development and wellness by funding boxing equipment and supporting recreational activities. And whereas the members of the Port Hueneme Lions Club consistently volunteer their time and energy at numerous city events, enhancing the spirit of civic engagement and strengthening community bonds. And whereas the Port Hueneme Lions Club was unanimously recommended for the Hueneme Heroes Award by the City of Port Hueneme's Citizens Advisory Commission and unanimously awarded the honor by the City Council. And whereas the Port Hueneme Lions Club was formally recognized at the 2025 Hueneme Beach Festival, has their name inscribed on the Hueneme Heroes plaque in the City Hall lobby to celebrate their accomplishments, and their portrait will be displayed above this plaque. And whereas the City of Port Hueneme is proud of the Port Hueneme Lions Club and is grateful for their extraordinary community contributions. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme does hereby recognize and honor the Port Hueneme Lions Club as a 2025 Hueneme Hero Award recipient and extends its deepest appreciation for their invaluable contributions and enduring dedication to the community.
Hello, my name is Luis Mendez. I'm the Vice President of the Port Hueneme Lions Club. I just want to say thank you to the council. It's an honor to receive this award. In such a short time, we've done a lot as a small club. We do focus on, humanitarian issues, hunger, cancer, diabetes, eyesight are just a few things, and I think it's a testament to what we've done so far in a small period of time to what we are going to bring to this community. It's about who we care for, where we live, and politics aside, personal issues aside, we're here to serve those that are in need and fill the gap where the city or the county or other sources cannot provide for those in need. That's where we step in and look to continue to work with the city and other organizations throughout our city to do better for our community. So we are always looking for new members, or even just to come visit one of our meetings. We meet on the 2nd and 4th Wednesday of each month at 5:30. Reach out to any one of us you see here. We'd be happy to have you guys as guests to volunteer. Thank you.
Anyone else? No? No?
Thank you again for the recognition, but I wanted to give a little bit of history on how this club started. I wanted to thank our president, Misty Perez. I was the president of the Ventura Downtown Lions, and she saw all the work that we did in the community of Ventura and said, I want to bring that to our community in Port Hueneme. And she gave a year of her time to serve on that board, to learn all there is to learn, to bring it to this community, to serve this community, and to just thank all the Lions who have joined in that passion to serve this community. So we are here to serve. Our motto is, where there's a need, there's a lion. And like our vice president said, this is a club for you if you want to serve their community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Picture?
I'll just say I'm the secretary of the club, year 2 going strong, but just imagine how much more we could do if our club continues to grow. So please feel free to join us if you want to do something in the community. It's on your time. We're here and we'd love to have you.
Thank you.
I'm Lupe Contreras. I'm the treasurer of the Port Hueneme Lions Club. And there's a saying, to make an impact where you work, eat, and play. And as a Lion, we're definitely going to make more of an impact going forward. Thank you for the honor today.
Thank you. Line of the year. And there's an opening right here.
That is true. And I wore heels tonight.
One, two, three. Okay, I'm trying to zoom in just a little.
Thank you, thank you. Did you have anything? Lions Club members, I just want to say that it's so great to see you all. I cannot go on Facebook without seeing a picture of you all providing service to someone or some organization. So great job. Looking forward to continuing to see you all out there. Yes. All right. Anybody else? No? All right. Thank you. Thank you
Thanks,
again.
guys. Bye.
We only have two more presentations. Bear with us. We have now Mayor Pro Tem Lopez is going to present a proclamation for the Parks and Recreation.
Okay. So Parks and Recreation Month, July 2025. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of our community throughout this country, including the city of Port Hueneme, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring of all citizens and contributing to the economic, environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in prevention of chronic diseases, provide therapeutic recreational services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase the community's economic prosperity through increased property value, expansion of local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve quality of air that we breathe, provide vegetation buffers to the development and to produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas parks and natural recreation ensures the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the city of Port Hueneme recognizes the benefit derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme does hereby proclaim the month of July is recognized as Park and Recreational Month in the City of Port Hueneme, proclaimed the 21st day of July 2025.
And now we're going to hear from our Deputy City Manager, Charles Press.
Thank you. And I'd be happy to receive the proclamation on behalf of our Recreation and Community Services Division. Just a few quick words. Recognizing July as Recreation and Parks Month gives us the opportunity to highlight the important role that recreation and parks play in supporting the quality of life in our community. To that end, we've planned a series of events this month, including last Saturday's Yoga in the Park, which saw more than 20 people enjoy an open air, peaceful and rejuvenating yoga class in the park. Next up, this Thursday at 5:30, we're going to have a staff-guided tour of the Recreation Corridor that'll give community members the opportunity to explore various sites between Bubbling Springs Park and Hueneme Beach and converse with staff asking questions about program offerings and the like. Lastly, this Saturday, we invite the public to join us at the beach at 10:30 for our second annual Kite Day. Our programs and events are coordinated and executed by our dedicated staff. We have a full-time complement of three part-timers, and that's supplemented by a host of seasonal staff. We're also fortunate to have a small but dedicated volunteer group. And I'd like to mention that our team partners very closely with the hardworking Public Works landscape crew to ensure that the parks and the open spaces in our city are maintained and ready for the public's use. In closing, I just want to remind everybody that they can get more information about our programs and events on our Facebook page, our Instagram, and our website. So I encourage everybody to find out what we have to offer and take advantage of those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought I saw Anna here, but please tell your department, you guys have been rocking it. I mean, for such a small staff, you guys are mighty. And the things you've been pushing out for the past couple of years, I'm so impressed. And I just want to thank you for always thinking about the community and coming up with creative ways of things to do. And you guys are always thinking ahead of the game. And every time I go someplace, somebody from another city always says, our city doesn't do that. Look at Hueneme, look what they're doing. How come we can't do that? So I just want to thank you so much for doing that.
Appreciate that.
Yes, it was one thing when Hueneme Little League was operated under the old way, and then to see it operated under the new way, it's like huge difference. And like Anna Bolo said tonight, there's teams from throughout the county that are coming into our city to play baseball right now, and I think they're all in awe of what we have over there, and the lights, the snack bar, the bathrooms. I mean, it's just a wonderful facility, and so thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Ms. Basua and staff and everybody who contributed to it becoming what it is today.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to comment, the first time I actually went to the movies at the beach, I didn't know what to expect, and it was fun, and it was around the community, and Port Hueneme Rec Team put on a good show, and this is what we do. And so thank you to you, your staff. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, and I'll just echo what Councilmember Perez said. Anytime I'm out and about and I'm seeing other people from other cities, they always comment on what a great job our city is doing. Even when they have come into our city to enjoy our events, they comment about how great, and the number of events that we're having for a small city. They always give us accolades for that. So please convey our appreciation to your team, everyone who's been involved. I appreciate that you all are providing events that I could go to as well and enjoy. I really appreciate it. So thank you so much.
Thank you for that feedback.
Photo? Okay. No photo? Okay. Okay, good. Okay, and we have a final presentation I will read on this evening, and that's our newly established centenarian proclamation. We've just recently, very recently, created a new process that we would do for those folks who are in our community or who have spent a great amount or a larger amount of their time here in the city of Port Hueneme, and that is for folks who have turned 100. And so we're going to recognize centenarian tonight. So this proclamation is honoring and celebrating Cassie Bell King Nolan in recognition of her 100th birthday. Whereas Cassie Bell King Nolan was born on April 13th, 1925 in Reagan, Texas, and throughout her life has exemplified hard work, resilience, and care for others while raising her family. And whereas Cassie relocated to Oxnard, California in 1972, later marrying Jimmy Nolan, and together they became respected members of the community until his passing in 1998. And whereas faith has been the cornerstone of Cassie's life, baptized in 1948, she has served in numerous church ministries and today continues to worship with Channel Islands Community Church of God in Christ, encouraging all who know her through steadfast devotion. And whereas Cassie has called Port Hueneme home since 2014, sharing her warmth, wisdom, and kindness with neighbors and friends while nurturing a large family that now includes 5 grandchildren as well as many great and great-great-grandchildren. And whereas she credits her longevity to living responsibly, caring for family, treating everyone with kindness, I'll say that again, treating everyone with kindness, keeping her faith at the center of her life, and remaining active in her church and community. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme does hereby proudly honor and recognize Cassie Bell King Nolan on her joyful occasion of her 100th birthday, expressing gratitude for the positive example she sets for all residents, proclaimed this 21st day of July, 2025, and we'll make sure we get this to her. All right. So that concludes our presentations. Now we are going to, it seems like we're way into this agenda. Okay, now we're going to recess the City Council meeting and call to order the Housing Authority special meeting. It is now 7:47. It does. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
So Member Gama,
Here.
Member Perez,
Here.
Vice Chair Lopez,
Here.
and Chair McQueen-Lejeune.
Here.
Please let the record reflect that members Hernandez, Blackwell, and Brown are absent.
Okay, great. And we have a quorum?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Housing Authority, do we have any public comments?
No public comments for Housing Authority.
Okay, great. And so we're now going to consider the items on the consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion unless an authority member has a request to remove an item. Is there a request to remove any items? If not, may I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
Move to approve.
Second.
Great. Madam Clerk, please take roll.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so we'll move on to item number 8. That's the removal of the PHA commissioners from Hueneme Housing Incorporated Board of Directors and to appoint 2 PHA commissioners to the restructured Hueneme Housing Incorporated Board of Directors. Will staff please present the report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be presenting this report tonight, and I'll ask that Director Basua come to the podium so she can answer any questions. Back in April of 2024, the Housing Authority Board authorized and appointed its entire board of commissioners to the Hueneme Housing, Inc. Board of Directors. Director Basua and I have been working very, very hard, very diligently, and it appears that Hueneme Housing, Inc., the nonprofit, is about ready to launch. So with that about ready to happen, we took a look at the membership of Hueneme Housing, Inc., and determined that the way it is structured currently, there would be a potential for the Housing Authority and the city to be liable for actions of the Hueneme Housing, Inc. So we looked around, particularly Director Basua looked around at other entities and other local communities to see how they were structuring their nonprofits. And those nonprofits are structured in a way where only 2 of the City Council and Housing Authority board members are appointed as directors to the nonprofit. So what we're asking is that this board resign from the Housing Authority, Hueneme Housing Board, and then to appoint 2 of its members to that Hueneme Housing Board. So this is really just an action to protect the city from any potential liability.
Okay, I do have one question. So it is, when we talk about resignations, are we as individuals to resign? Or, you know, usually a resignation comes from an individual. So when you say that, what is the process to do that?
I think the process would be that you take a vote and elect as a group to resign from the board of Hueneme Housing. And then your next vote would be to appoint 2 members of this board to the directors of Hueneme Housing.
Great.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, go right ahead.
Will this board have meetings?
Yes, this board will be active, very active, probably the first year as we start moving forward.
How often were the meetings, and what will the time frame be if the meetings will be held?
Once we have a board together, which we still, if approved, we will go out to the Hueneme community and ask for applications for members that are interested to join the board. Then we can hold the meeting, and then we can decide what the schedule will be.
So do we have to appoint 2 city council persons?
That's our recommendation.
Okay.
And that's looking at other housing boards in the Ventura County area. That's the way they're structured. And the importance of this is really because Hueneme Housing, Inc. is going to be able to start financing shortly. They'll be able to take on a mortgage, and they'll be able to lease out apartments, and that creates potential liability. So we want to separate the Hueneme Housing, Inc., that nonprofit, from the city itself.
So when 2 members come from this board, is there an issue with regard to a conflict of interest?
Well,
Do you foresee any issue of conflict coming forward?
I don't perceive that right now, because at this point, you're all on that board, each and every one of you, because you appointed yourselves to that board in April of 2024. So if you didn't have a conflict then, I'm not seeing a conflict now for any of you. I mean, if you develop a conflict, down the road, then you'd have to advise of that.
So this nonprofit then would have to get their own insurance and do all the things that typical nonprofits do on their own?
That is correct.
Or would it be through the housing authority?
I believe the concept right now is that the housing authority, pursuant to a written contract with Hueneme Housing, Inc., would be managing the operations of Hueneme Housing, Inc.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I got a question. So by resigning and still not establishing a board of directors, what's the gap? Like when does the resignation, when would that start?
The resignation would be immediately, and if approved, I'm ready to post an announcement tomorrow to go out to open up applications.
You don't think that gap could cause an issue for the city?
No, not for the nonprofit. The nonprofit is in a hurry to get a board of directors board that can sign off on documentation that we are currently working on. The Housing Authority and the nonprofit are currently working to transfer property over to the nonprofit. So as the housing board, you're going to have to approve a resolution to authorize the nonprofit to accept the asset. So that's why you cannot be on both boards.
So who authorizes or who picks the other 3 directors?
Me?
You do.
Yeah, as proposed, and we talked about it, and obviously council has options, but as proposed, the idea was council would pick the 2 council members, and then again, just for the separation, that the executive director of Hueneme Housing, Inc. would appoint the other 3 members. And because there is going to be significant work up front, including really a need to have experts in the field, we are going to be trying to recruit specifically people who have real estate expertise and public housing expertise.
Okay.
Councilmember Gama.
So who's going to determine the process to recruit as many candidates as possible?
So the city currently has a process in place for commissions. I'm going to use the exact same process for the nonprofit. Applications are going to be, available. We're going to advertise it, and we're going to put a deadline on when those applications are due back.
And then will there be a screening process? How is it going to
There will be a screening process. I'm going to be looking for individuals that have background in real estate, have background in property management, understand financing, that live in Hueneme. I'm looking for somebody in the bank industry to sit on this board because I am looking to finance for Hueneme Housing Inc. So I will be looking at those resumes and making, those decisions.
So is there a place for the appointed two council members to be a part of that recruitment and decision-making?
The Hueneme Housing Inc., even though we're not meeting as a Hueneme Housing Inc., currently we have gone ahead and signed on an attorney. We had Joan, with Joan's opinion, we went ahead and we have an attorney now that's going to be representing the Hueneme Housing Inc. It will not be our city attorney. We can go ahead and ask those questions to him and get you an answer.
That's
Whether or
just-
not the two city council members can
Correct.
be
That's,
part.
my not representing Hueneme Housing Inc. is just another step in separating Hueneme Housing Inc. from the city and protecting the city.
Right, I'm just a little confused that if we're going to appoint two council members to stand up the overall organization, should those council members not be a part of the decision-making and recruitment of other members?
So I see it a little different. We are two members of a 5-member body. We're not controlling the process as a nonprofit. So as council members, we wouldn't be in charge. We would just be members like the other 3 members. And the other thing that I'm thinking is that it's probably in our best interest not to participate in any kind of further selection of people on the board if we're trying to create the separation.
I agree with that.
The whole problem is vicarious liability to the city by any actions of the nonprofit. So there's a concept in the law known as alter ego, where you can pierce a corporate veil by going to one corporation, the nonprofit, and looking to the resources of the city to take care of any liability, because you can determine that they are really one and the same. And that's really what we're trying to prevent here. It's a mechanism to protect the city from any liability incurred by Hueneme Housing Inc.
I got a question.
Yes, go right ahead.
So you as the president, wouldn't that be a conflict?
Other agencies have also appointed their executive director as president, and based on my talks with the attorney that we hired, that itself would not be a conflict of interest.
So is this going to be coupled with the position that you're currently filling?
Currently, the position that I'm filling has to do with the Section 8 program. Once the properties get transferred over to the nonprofit, the Section 8 program, the only thing they're doing is they're administrating the files per HUD. And HUD regs and regulations are extremely stringent, and we have our auditors for that, and we're being monitored by HUD in regards to that. So it really doesn't, even though you can say it's a conflict of interest, I do have controls on the HUD side to make sure that we're following HUD regulations properly.
I guess what my question is would you as the housing director, let's say you moved on, is the president always going to be the housing director?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
I'm a little uncomfortable with not specifically you, but the fact that the person that's going to be running the organization is going to be staffing the organization or the board members. So is there a way that we could perhaps take this to the CAC and have the CAC be responsible for recruitment, kind of like we did with the Veterans Affairs Committee? I mean, it just feels, I don't know, it just feels a little funny.
Well, that was actually the point I was going to jump in and make, is that this item is uncomfortable because we can either choose to run the board ourselves and be comfortable, but then we are fully liable for any decision that is made by Hueneme Housing Inc. Or we have the opportunity of handing over control, which is not comfortable, but then we're also protecting the city from liability. And I think that's the key thing, because, you know, one major mistake in this area, let's say $2 million, well, that really would, you know, if that liability could be stretched to the city, that is a major impact on the city's, you know, funding issue that we have currently. So it is, like, by nature uncomfortable. Just as a reminder, the background on this is all sort of being instigated by a change at the federal housing level, that the federal housing departments don't want to be on the hook for ongoing liability of these properties, in the sense of, you know, they don't want to be paying millions of dollars to maintain and remodel and restore properties. So they're trying to give cities a tool to allow the cities to do that. But now, as we get into the weeds of that, we're realizing, and again, as Joan said, looking at other cities around us, is cities are realizing they really have to sort of create this separate nonprofit that does that, because otherwise it's just the city doing it by another name. Really.
Absolutely. And I would anticipate, at the rate we're going through the paperwork, we're working hard, Gabby. Probably within 3 months, you'll be in a position to start obtaining financing. So we're at a critical venture here. And I recognize that it's uncomfortable, and I recognize that, you know, giving up control is not something that anybody really wants to do. But my job as your city attorney is to protect the city. And so this is my recommendation.
Well,
Madam, if I may add something
Yes,
that
go
might
right ahead.
shed a little bit of light. The nonprofit is not a public entity. We will not follow the same rules. We will not have procurement policies. We might, as the directors, once they're established, they might say, you know, we want you to, you know, do A, B, C, which we will do. But we are not, the nonprofit is not a public entity. So it will not respond to the city. It's an entity by itself. And that's what we're trying to accomplish. This entity is an investor in Hueneme, and as a nonprofit, we understand how important it is to have city representation on this board.
Yeah, my background's risk management, so I hear the word liability. Okay, so I always like to run the worst case scenario. I don't know what the worst case scenario is, but what will be the nonprofit's limits of liability? I mean, what is a reasonable amount? And if the worst case scenario happens, will the nonprofit have the limits of liability to stand up to any litigation? And if not, what happens? So I understand control and this and that, but are we not exposing our residents to that liability if it's not covered by insurance?
So I think we're kind of, you know, heading to the nonprofit side. That is going to be the responsibility of the nonprofit. And I can assure you right now that we will have the liability on the nonprofit side. This Hueneme Inc. is really going to hold millions and millions of dollars of assets that it will control and will have the opportunity to finance. This nonprofit is going in with zero debt.
But that's my question. How are you going to have the expertise to determine limits of liability?
That's why we hired an attorney.
And they hired a very experienced housing attorney with the firm of Price, Postel and Parma out of Santa Barbara. They've been around I've been working with them for 40 years. Very knowledgeable on housing. They've been down this road. They know what they're doing. So that was a great choice by Director Basua, reaching out to them. And I believe you've already executed the contract with them. So they are on board. So they will take care of advising Director Basua on issues of insurance coverage, how to best protect the nonprofit, handling the nonprofit and separating that from the city.
So I have a comment.
Yes,
So
go right ahead.
I think that the further we can be from it is the better for us. I think the CAC is not qualified to weigh in on who's best to be on the board. I think they don't have the experience to pick those people. And I think Director Basua does have that experience because she's been in housing for many years and she knows what she's looking for that needs that background. And the fact that she hired an attorney that has been experienced in that to oversee this and to guide her and to make sure that she's following all the things that she needs to, I think that is the best experience that she needs. So I think she's being guided. She has more experience than what we do on this, so.
Go right ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so what is the goal? What's the end goal with going to this nonprofit for the city?
Oh, I've personally got lots of goals. Whether those goals are going to be the goals of, the board is different, but the mission of the nonprofit is to provide low-income housing to the residents of Port Hueneme. So I hope to have support on the board side to demolish Willowbrook, to rebuild, to add additional units, to look for housing within our city in order to bring low-income housing. And that can be in many forms of either development or purchasing.
So the end goal is to increase low-income housing,
Yes,
widen the footprint,
yes.
and what happens with all the surplus money?
That's for the board to decide.
Okay, so is there an immediate cost savings to the city?
There is no cost savings to the city, but it is scheduled to bring in additional millions of dollars to the nonprofit.
Yeah, I think the answer to that is there is no city funding to improve those properties. And the goal of why this whole idea was created by the federal government was to say, we're giving you this tool to now use that you can go and create, fundraise or mortgage the properties or whatever it is to now make the money to do these improvements. So if we didn't do it, the Willowbrook and the other, Willowbrook, for example, would just be what it is, and there wouldn't be a plan to improve it. So
the city owns those
Commissioner,
properties?
No, so the city, it's really important. The city does not own the properties. So all the funding that comes from the Housing Authority is all federal dollars. We do not get any assistance from the general fund. General fund does not pay the Housing Authority salaries. All the money is Housing Authority federal dollars. So when we're talking about savings to the city, savings to the federal government, but not to the city, because the city doesn't, Housing Authority gets no money, general fund, from the city.
Got it, okay.
So let me see if I could summarize this. So the federal government is saying, look, you have these assets. You might as well be able to leverage these assets to maintain the properties. Is that, generally speaking, what the idea is?
Yes, so currently, just to give you an idea, currently the average rent that we collect for these homes is $450. That money stays here in the Housing Authority Bank. That's not enough to sustain the Housing Authority operations. So every year, with the help of finance, we put our finance budget together. HUD makes us whole at the end of the year, but we have no extra money. So if our roof needs replacement, we've got to wait for HUD. If we got major infrastructure damage, we've got to wait for HUD. HUD gives us no extra money. Now, what HUD is doing in return is saying, we're going to go ahead, give the nonprofit these properties, and we are going to go into a contract with you, Housing Authority. We're going to issue 90 vouchers, what we call project-based vouchers, and we're going to pay you market rent for these units. So for example, for a 3-bedroom, they're going to to pay us about $2,500 to $2,700. The average rent is $300. They're going to make up the difference in our bank. So now the Housing Authority is going to have this money. I'm sorry, the nonprofit's going to have this money.
Nonprofit, just the nonprofit.
Nonprofit is going to have this money that it never had before in order to maintain.
So what would be the immediate positive impacts, other than resolving us of liability and responsibility?
That just depends. For Mar Vista, we're already making repairs. We're, upgrading all the units. I plan on doing landscaping, painting. We want to make it, more modern feeling at Mar Vista. For Willowbrook, only thing that is left to do is demolish and rebuild on the 2 acres.
And possibly gain more.
We will definitely gain more units. We
Right.
currently have 30 units on 2 acres of land. With density bonus, we can go up to 60. I'm not recommending we do that, but there is a possibility if we really want to maximize the land.
Right. Okay, I think we've had enough. Anyone has anything that's burning that they have to say? No? Okay. So let's go ahead, and we have 2 actions. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments?
No public comments.
Great, thank you. We have 2 recommendations. Let's take them one at a time if we can. Our first one is to remove the entire housing board from the Hueneme Housing Incorporated, Inc., adopting a resolution to restructure the board and Hueneme Housing, Inc. in order to distinguish Hueneme Housing, Inc. as a separate entity from the Housing Authority. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
Second.
Great. Madam Clerk, can we take a roll call, please?
Okay. Member Gama,
Yes.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lopez,
Yes.
Chair McQueen-Lejeune,
Yes.
and members Hernandez, Blackwell, and Brown are absent. Motion
Okay.
passes.
Okay, great. We're going to move to item 2. I do have one question about item 2. If we can't come up with the 2 housing board members, will you be able to still move forward since we just approved item number 1? To search for the 3?
As long as I can get 3, I can move forward.
You need 3.
That's
need
what I'm
3.
saying. You're going to go out and do that process?
Yes.
Okay, and I just wanted to ask that in case we don't have anyone jumping at the chance to be on the board. Okay, so number 2, adopt 2 housing board members to the Hueneme Housing, Inc. Board. Are there any volunteers?
I'll volunteer.
I'll volunteer.
Great, great. So we have Councilmember Perez and Mayor Pro Temp Lopez. Can I get a motion and a second to accept the 2 volunteers to the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
I would second 2. Second 3, yeah. So with that, Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously with members Hernandez, Brown, and Blackwell absent.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabby.
Okay. Okay, authority members' reports, comments, or requests for future agenda items. Anyone have anything they'd like to report or to add? If not, we're going to adjourn the Port Hueneme Housing Authority special meeting. The next regular meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, September the 2nd at 6:30. The time is now 8:15. We will now reconvene to the City Council regular meeting. We'll move on to the consent calendar. We will now consider the consent calendar that will be enacted in one motion unless a council member has a request to remove an item for discussion. Is there any item for discussion to be removed from the consent calendar? If not, do you have one?
I have 2. I have consent number 12 and 13.
12 and number 13. Can I get an approval on the remaining items, please?
Motion to approve items 9, 10, 11, 14, 15.
Great, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call, please?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and go to number 12, which is the amendment to the Heroes History Heritage Policy.
Yes, so we had discussed this, I know we were specifically looking at section 6, but there is a section 5 which we had discussed, which section 5, which talks about the Hueneme Heroes Award standards. And I think it would have been wise to actually updated this as well. Like if we're gonna have more than one candidate or one organization, I think it would have been good to capture it all at one.
Yeah, it's on our list. I think we had written this one before that was on the list, so we already had this done and in the queue. But yeah, so if everybody's following along, this item is the item to put the 100th birthday policy in the Heroes policy. After we had started that process, the council then said also change the Heroes policy itself to allow fewer. And so, or to make it clearer that the intent is to have one hero, I think was the idea. So there's really two reasons, and Charles can correct me if I'm wrong, but we had drafted this already. It was already on the schedule, so we brought it forward. And I think the reason we didn't just stick that in is that we expected that the that Heroes topic could be potentially a business item that people would want to talk about. How many people to include, yada, yada, yada. So we figured we'd do this one as the consent item, simple, get it done, and then bring back that other one. But we could have done it all at one time. It was just in progress, and we figured it was easy enough to get approved on consent.
Okay.
Non-controversial.
Got it.
Okay, yeah, and there was a conversation to have that.
There was.
Yeah, and I think,
So
like,
it's on our schedule.
like the city manager said, I think there's a discussion, because I think even when we talked about it, we had different opinions about how many, things like that.
I think right now we have it scheduled, I think it's October is what we're looking at, which is still plenty of time ahead of when the next Heroes process starts.
Got it. Okay, so
Okay,
I
number
will.
13? Oh, go ahead.
Okay, do you want me to go right to 13?
No, go ahead, if you had anything to close out with number 12.
That was it.
Okay, number 13 then, yeah.
Okay, so I have issues with this one because, so the backhoe for Public Works, I looked up the California Clean Off-Road Equipment, and it sounds like in 2035, California is going to go completely green with these farm equipment. So that only buys us 10 years, and we're going to invest $176,000 for a backhoe. So my question is, are you aware that there are subsidies for this? If there are EV backhoes, which are a little more costly, but there are incentives to go this route. And so my thought process is, did you give it any thought? And it almost seems like this is going to die in 10 years.
Well, well, first of all, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, members of the audience, staff. Yes, we have looked at those. One thing we don't have, though, is the infrastructure yet to power these in order to keep them charged properly. So that's one issue that we need to look at, not just for this particular piece of equipment, but moving forward. As you said, California is looking to start phasing out combustion engines. But in this case, similar to what the vehicle standards are, you can obtain the vehicles prior to then. You won't be able to get them after that fact, after that date. So you'll still be able to use them. You will not be able to purchase new after that date. So it will still be a continued slow phase out over the term. In this case, we really, the biggest thing is we don't have the charging infrastructure to be able to maintain and go that route yet. As we all know, if this continues, then every agency is going to have to start looking to upgrade their electrical infrastructure to be able to power everything that's going to be eventually some sort of either EV or alternative fuel.
Well, I mean, that's an easy infrastructure build in your public works facility. I mean, how often are you using the backhoe?
It's used almost daily. So it's involved in street projects, water projects, sewer projects, maintenance of the beach, maintenance of the recreation corridor. It's used regularly.
And so the current backhoes, there's no issues with it other than the age.
Well, it's taken 25 years worth of beating too, so it's getting to the end of its useful life. We've been maintaining it, but at some point, there's no sense in continuing to pour big maintenance money to correcting things and keep it going. We can look into EVs, and we have looked at different things. Right now, we're waiting to hear back from, we're working with someone from Northern California. They do have a electrical grant. Basically, you can get a free tractor, similar to what we have as our skip loader that does the majority of the maintenance on the beach. And so we're working with them to see how it's working for them. I believe it's Palo Alto that has it. And we're getting feedback from them to see how they feel it's working for them. And we've described what our uses would be for that too, to see if we could get it. And if so, then we're going to pursue that, where it essentially will be free.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this as there is current tractors that are like the Case 530 that are completely EV, got a 5-hour runtime, 4-hour charge time. It is, to me, it would have been the ideal candidate for the switch over, and then we never have to worry about 2035. We would be 2025 ready to go. That's my thought.
Great, thank you. No, go ahead, Councilmember Gama.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem just triggered me. My observation is that sometimes I'll see the tractor out on a job like 6-7 hours. Like, for example, when you're doing the line sleeve insert near my home. So it seems like it would lose its charge if it's being used heavily in digging a big long trench.
Yeah, there are limitations. But I'm sure, because of they've already developed this, I'm sure the battery technology will continue to catch up as well. So I think at some point, yes, you'll be able to have power systems for these EV equipment that will be able to last doing a full day's work. We've also looked at getting things that are solid waste equipment, because as you know, we had to buy a CNG, a natural gas vehicle. They also make electric vehicles. One of the downfalls of those is because their workload is so heavy, they don't last a full route, so they have to have switch outs of trucks so they can go back and recharge and then pick up a different vehicle and move on. So we are looking at lots of alternative things, because for California, it looks like that is going to be the way it goes, so.
Yeah.
Just curious, what is the cost to eventually switch over to charging stations, do you think? Have you looked into that?
Preliminarily, we haven't gone into a whole bunch, even like with our landscape equipment. You can't buy gas-powered stuff anymore. We have to start buying electric things. Those can be charged easily with our 120-volt outlets. Different story when you start talking about power equipment like this. It requires upgrading to a larger system.
And the batteries don't. The batteries eventually fail, and the batteries are more expensive than the complete blower. I've learned this recently.
A lot of times, but also, again, as technology advances, the batteries are becoming more efficient. Some of the older equipment, yes, with the batteries, once a battery system goes out on an electric vehicle or a hybrid vehicle, the battery costs more than the vehicle's worth.
Great, are we covered? All right, let's go ahead and take item number 12. Can we get a motion and a second to approve item number 12?
Move to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
That 13?
We're going to do 13 next.
Oh.
Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's do number 13. Motion
Move.
and a second.
Move to approve?
Second. Can we get a roll call, please?
All in favor?
Aye.
All
Nope.
opposed?
Opposed.
Oh, are you
Opposed? Okay.
opposed? Okay.
Motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Lopez opposing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to, let's see, item number 16, continue the public hearing, annual development agreement compliance review for Emerald Perspective Cooperative, Inc., and finding of exemption from CEQA. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law and a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Great. Will staff please present the report?
Yes. Do you have the clicker? So we have a couple of slides. You may recall this is actually the third continued public hearing for the development agreement review for Emerald Perspective. We initially held our first review on May 5th, 2025, and it was continued to June 2nd, and then it continued again to July 21st. We went through the detailed background at that time, so I won't go through all of that again, but in summary, we had identified areas where Emerald Perspective had not met requirements of the development agreement, and the council gave Emerald Perspective that initial month to correct some of the issues, and then when they had corrected 2 of the issues, the council gave them this additional month to get into compliance with the remainder of the development agreement. And so our staff, since July 21st, has spent since June 2nd, has spent significant efforts to try to meet with the developers and explain everything, as I think it was pretty clear there was a lot of misinformation or things that hadn't been shared with one part of ownership with the other parts of ownership. So we were trying to get all that information to them and then get them into compliance with the development agreement. Items of which they're out of compliance with include the following items. And so number 1 is the failure to make the contractual payment of 5% of gross revenues. The city council in June had authorized the city to accept a payment plan. Since that time, Emerald Perspective missed the first payment on that payment plan. And so with all of the outstanding monies owed to the city at this point, Emerald Perspective owes, with the 5% payment with interest, $75,512.75. And then additionally, they own the review fee and the past due business license tax, which all 3 added together total $78,035.75. There are also some other issues that they were out of compliance on that we were working with them on. Is we had notified them that they hadn't updated their business license and did not have a current business license. They ended up getting one in June that ended in July, and then they did not, since the last meeting, they did not apply for a new business license, so they're again out of compliance with not having a current business license. We also have been advised several times that there's been ownership changes recently, but we were not notified in a timely manner of those ownership changes, and we also did not have the opportunity to review the ownership changes as is required by the development agreements. Emerald Perspective hasn't executed the revised June 2024 development agreement amendment, so that's still outstanding. And then when we did our physical inspection, there were documents that were not made available during those physical inspections. And then finally, one new piece of information since the last hearing was that we received notification last week that the state's CDTFA, off the top of my head, I'm trying to remember what that stands for, California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. The CDTFA has now notified us last week that they have also revoked Emerald Perspective seller permits, and that as a result, the state's Department of Tax and Fee Administration is saying that the Emerald Perspective is not to conduct business in Port Hueneme at this time. And so with all of that information and with all of that up to date, we were coming forward to the council today to essentially notify the council that although the council gave them additional time and opportunities to make payments to get into compliance, that Emerald Perspective was not able to do that. And so we were going to, we are going to recommend that City Council make the determination that and adopt the resolution determining that Emerald Perspective is out of compliance with their development agreement. That does trigger one more 30-day period for them to get fully into compliance with all requirements, and that means all past due funds and everything needs to be corrected, and some of the compromises, are not compromises, but the payment plans and things we had offered are off the table, but they have 30 days to come in and make everything compliant. And if they don't, then their development agreement is terminated. But as we were coming back to recommend that, and we still recommend it, but earlier today we did receive an update from Emerald Perspective about 2 hours prior to the council meeting. And they are informing us that they now have other issues with the state that they're out of compliance with the state even further, and that they're notifying the city that they are planning to close. And so that was a late update. We still recommend proceeding with adopting the resolution, finding they're out of compliance. That way, if tomorrow they wake up and realize that they want to try to figure it out, they know exactly what they need to do to get into compliance with the city. But at the end of the day, they are out of compliance. I think at this point they've shown us, or they've told us that they don't think they're going to get into compliance, and I think we gave a reasonable period to address that. So we are recommending that the council move forward with adopting the resolution determining they are out of compliance. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Great. Are there any questions? Councilmember Gama?
So they should not be conducting business as of July last week or this week, today?
My understanding, well, we received the notice on July 7th, so my understanding was as of July 7th. We do not know that they received the notice on July 7th. So I can confirm that I went by twice last week and they were open both times. At that point, that was a state determination, so we basically responded to the state that, we hope you guys are going to notify them, or you're making sure you're notifying them. It's not our role to notify them of a state decision. But I think with this email received today, they are now aware of their issues with the state. So I would expect that would mean that they'd be shut down effective immediately.
And then I think last time, the number was 90,000, so they made a payment, obviously.
Yeah, so they did make one payment. I think the first payment was $12,000, and they did make the first payment. The second payment was due a couple weeks ago, and in the email that we received earlier today, they had said that they were working on trying to make that second payment, but now with the additional state requirements, they're not going to meet that.
Okay, so with the fact that they've been ordered to shut down, what avenue do we have to try and collect the money owed to the city? Is it lost, or do we can't go to small claims? Seems like we're out.
Yeah, I think this effort was our effort to try to collect it, and I think we can take a look at it, but especially if we confirm with the state that the state did take whatever they did have to start meeting their payment obligations, I don't anticipate that. I don't think it's very likely that we're going to recover more, because at this point it appears that they potentially owe the state money and the city money, and it doesn't sound like they have plans to continue to operate to try to generate that.
So will the state come in and compensate, seize their products, seize their assets, or what do we think is going to happen there?
Yeah, our understanding is the state did come in, it sounds like potentially in the last week or so, to try to obtain whatever funding they were owed.
So if they're open tomorrow, do we have a responsibility to do anything?
we don't have the ability to, let me say it this way. I think what I had heard was that potentially the state had gotten a warrant to obtain the funding. We don't have that capability at this point, and I don't know that it's worth spending the resources to try to do that if the state just went and took whatever they could get. So I think the reality is we were going through our best effort to try to collect the money before something happened and get them into compliance. And we can take a look at options, but now that they've gone out of business and have multiple debtors, I don't know that there is going to be much recovery.
I'm just a little concerned that in the event that they continue to sell marijuana illegally, that are we in a position to shut them down, or do we just leave it to the state?
I think what we have to do and what our recommendation is that we follow the terms and conditions of the development agreement so that we're doing what it is that we are supposed to do. And that means tomorrow, I believe Mr. Perez is working on it, is sending a letter to Emerald Perspective. And also I've recommended that this letter be sent to the property owner so that the property owner becomes aware of these violations of the development agreement. And also there are violations of our municipal code. They can't be operating without a business license. And that is potentially a violation of the lease agreement. So we're, sending this letter outlining their breaches, giving them 30 days, which is what we're required to do in the development agreement. So we're getting that timeline going tomorrow morning.
Imagine the development agreement requires them to be sanctioned by the state to operate.
Yes.
I think so, right?
Yeah,
That's
requires a
correct.
state license.
So there's another violation.
There's another violation.
Okay.
Any other questions? Great. We'll now open the public hearing and take public comments. The public comment hearing is open. The time is now 8:38. Are there any public comments regarding this item?
No public comments.
Thank you. I'll now close the public hearing. The time is still 8:38. Okay, so we have before us, and if you see your screens here, the recommendations to adopt the resolution determining the Emerald Perspective Cooperative, Inc. is out of compliance with the development agreement and make a determination the project exempt from CEQA and take such additional related action that may be desirable, including determining which course of action to take regarding the subject business, default, or the terms and conditions of development agreement per the options noted in staff's report. And so, is there a motion and a second to the recommendations?
Move to approve recommendation.
Second.
Great. Madam, is there any discussion, any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor McQueen LaJean.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 17, introduction of an ordinance approving the following additional subsection to Article X of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code, Section 10292, banning the sale of nitrous oxide at tobacco retailers. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law and a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Great. Will staff please present the report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to ask Officer Frum and Chief Federico to approach the podium, please, so they can give us more information on the harms to the community of nitrous oxide, which is becoming a significant public health issue and threat. We've noticed that many local communities, and actually communities throughout Southern California, are adopting these nitrous oxide ordinances so that local smoke shops are precluded and prevented from selling any of the nitrous oxide products. So, Officer Frum, Chief Federico.
So, as you're aware, we talked about at a previous council meeting that this new wave of using nitrous as a huffing is just killing the brains of tons of young people out there. And part of what we're seeing is it's become so pervasive in our community that these canisters that you see here, a lot of people don't even understand what the canisters are when they see them in the gutters by their cars. And when we point out to people what they are, they're like, oh. We get calls in several neighborhoods where people see people hiding behind cars or kids in alleyways, and they're not sure what they're doing, but they see the canisters, and then by the time we get out there, they're gone, but the canisters are there. But when we do get there, the high is so strong and the immediate addiction is so strong that even myself, hearing a call come out and backing an officer, I was on one of the streets in Marina Village, I pulled up, I saw the person first. They saw the black and white car and the officer getting out, but they realized, oh, game's up, I'm going to jail. So they just continued huffing as the officer approached to get that last high. And that happens a lot where they see you coming, but they're like, oh, I'm doomed, so I'm just gonna get as much out of this as I can. Not even concealing it, not even hiding it from us. So what we discovered is there are legal purposes for them, but what we discovered is the accessibility of young people getting them from smoke shops. And we have limited ability to control that without a city ordinance, and that's what we're looking for.
If I may add, I just want to do a little research myself. So I went to every single smoke shop in our city. Every single smoke shop that we have, all the way from the south end to the north end, they all sell it. There's not a single smoke shop that we have that doesn't sell this in some capacity, whether it be the smaller tanks that you see on the side or the biggest one that I was able to dig out of the or storage area tonight. They all sell it. And they're not only selling just the canisters, they sell it with the balloons. When this stuff comes out of the container, it's really cold. And so they don't want to put their lips. Normally there's, here, I'll grab it as an example. This is just one of the many we have that we have taken off many calls for service, like Chief stated. But normally there's a little nozzle on top right here. And so it's a release valve, they'll twist it, and then it's extremely cold at the top. What they want to do to defeat the coldness is they fill a latex balloon with the gas, and then they'll let the gas warm up with the air around it, and essentially inhale it from the balloon itself. So if the smoke shop is selling these along with the balloons, there's no legitimate purpose. There is legitimate purposes for this, but if it's being...
Not at a smoke shop.
Not at a smoke shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it even will say on the side it's a whipped cream charger. And I don't know how much whipped cream people are making, but... Yeah,
I
cream
worked
charger.
at Baskin Robbins in high school. This is not what our whipped cream
Yeah.
charger.
And this one's clearly flavored Bomb Pop. So if you're selling flavored whipped cream chargers at a
Is
smoke
it
shop.
flavored?
Yeah, this one's
Oh,
Bomb
nice.
Pop. If you want, I can bring this up and you guys can see this.
I'd say don't advertise it.
Yeah, no.
It does say Bomb Pop, just like the other one. So they are flavored.
Oh, it's like what they do with vaping.
Yeah,
Put
exactly.
flavors into it.
Mhm.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Like a popsicle. So.
I've seen plenty.
I'm sure you have on the beach as well.
Yeah, you see them out on
Yeah.
the beach.
So, a big incident we had was actually a DUI on Channel Islands. The guy admitted to inhaling this before he crashed, and he went unconscious. Luckily, he did not hit a single person. He did hit a tree for the sake of the public. That was best case scenario. But this is just a continuous issue, and so this is important to me. I think it'd be important to the city. So, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Yes.
Let Councilmember Gama go, then you go.
I don't necessarily have a question, but I just wanted to point out that probably about a year and a half ago, we started finding concentrations of empty balloons on the beach. And then we started finding these canisters. And just this past weekend, we found 3 canisters, all large ones. And they're very heavy. And it's like it almost, so basically that tells me that it's under tremendous pressure.
Yep.
So there's other issues with a full canister. If it's dropped on its head, it could become a missile. But we find these every week at Hueneme Beach Cleanup. So.
Yep, I don't doubt that.
Councilmember Perez.
What is the penalty if when we adopt the ordinance? What's the penalty for violating it?
I would direct that back to Joan.
Well, I believe we'd be able to confiscate the product and also to cite the tobacco shop for violating the ordinance. And they're usually like, every day is a new violation for a violation of the code. And I think our violation started $1,000. Is it 100 or 1,000?
A couple different sections.
Yeah,
there's
different,
some that
different
start-
sections.
some that start
But it would be
lower.
a monetary fine and confiscation of the product.
So once this is put into effect, essentially all businesses will be notified, and then we'll just do a sweep of these smoke shops. And if they're selling them, then we confiscate everything, like the city attorney previously mentioned. So it's it'll be an interesting time. The same thing happened with the bath salts a few years ago. Same exact thing.
So quick question. So day one confiscation.
We'll advise an escalation of enforcement. Educate first, of course, give them the opportunity to right themselves. And then if there's continuous violations, then we will come in and enforce.
To your point, there will be, once it's in place, they will all be notified.
Notification.
This is a new existing law. They're not going to be surprised once it happens. And we'll be
Right.
visiting the shops again just to make sure they received it and understand.
Right. So I think my question was kind of leading, but leading to, take it off the shelves, but have it somewhere else, right? So how do you, if a smoke shop knows that it's the ordinance, then they have an opportunity to remove it from the shelves, right? Is the penalty higher if you find that they did not get rid of it and it's back on the shelf? Or is it just a penalty per event?
Well, I think there wouldn't be a penalty if they remove the product during the period of time that we're notifying them, allowing them an opportunity to comply, then there wouldn't be a citation. But if they've been given that opportunity to comply and they've failed to comply, then the penalties would start being assessed at that point.
We can make an effective date when it finally gets.
Okay, good.
It finally gets passed. We make an effective date, and the time between that approval and the effective date starts the education. Clear your shelves.
Okay, got it. Let's go with Mayor Pro Tem.
Are there any, like Oxnard, do they have ordinances already for this?
So I can answer that.
Yeah.
'Cause, we flagged that as, we brought this to council a few months back. We talked about it as an issue. And then I'm not going to say they heard us talk about it, but since then,
We're not saying.
Oxnard, I believe a month ago, adopted the same ordinance. But that's good for us, right? Because I think it was one of our concerns is if Oxnard says no, none of their smoke shops can have them, does that just push them all to our smoke shops? But now if both of us are saying no, it's hopefully keeping it out of the whole area.
So other cities, other police departments did hear we were working on this. So they've already, hey, where are you guys at with yours? East of LA, east of us, it was prolific before it was here. Probably like Steve McCama said, a year and a half ago, you guys started to see it. So 3 years ago, this was more prolific out in the counties east of LA. Who do you think we're looking at for the laws that they put in place? Out there, some of the cities put them in place because they were seeing this long before we were. So they've got some in place, and then it's making its way in popularity up here.
And have we talked to the local smoke shops just out of curiosity, just like, hey, this is coming, be ready?
No.
Are they aware of it?
Not at all. Not
Okay.
that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Great, let's go to Councilmember Perez and then Councilmember.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, did you have anything else?
Yeah, I just want to say that I think we need to elevate this further. I don't know what the county's doing. I don't know what the state's doing, but this is a life safety issue. Clearly, these gases are being marketed to young people. Maybe not kids, but there are kids out there that I know are probably getting involved with this. But it's a life safety issue, and I think we need to advocate and try to drum up support to just outright ban this, because there's no good use of this product.
Like I said, there's others interested in where we're at with ours, so let's be leaders in this, folks, public safety, and take care of the community so we can be an example for the others to adopt.
Yeah, and I was with Gabe Turan the other day at a Beacon meeting, and we talked about this, and yeah, the city of Oxnard is moving forward just like us. And do you know are there any other cities in the county that have taken this?
Not that I'm aware of, but I've had multiple people from other agencies reach out to me regarding what research I've done, what other cities I've looked at, and I've provided them resources. But where they're at in the process of adopting something like this, I'm not aware of it.
But Oxnard already adopted theirs, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did move fast.
Yeah, but again, I just think that we need to be an advocate for safety, and particularly young people doing stupid things, and I think this qualifies as such. And the other thing that I find extremely disturbing is, and we learned this from Future Leaders of America, and how they educated us on how tobacco vaping products are marketed towards kids with these type of flavoring gimmicks. So I really appreciate the fact that you brought it to us, and I hope that we could encourage, and maybe we could lobby or the state and try and get a statewide ban, because I imagine we're still going to find them on the beach in Hueneme.
So there is possession sections already in place for the state. This is going to be for the shops that are making it accessible. We need to stop the access.
Yeah, I've personally followed through with a few cases regarding possession. I've literally pulled a balloon out of someone's mouth that was completely full. I tied the balloon to preserve the evidence and booked that said balloon as evidence. So we're good on possession. This is more focusing on the business itself. So cutting off the supply. Exactly. If there's no supply, then hopefully people are not getting it, at least locally.
Yep. Great. Any other questions? Nope. So we're going to open the public hearing. The time is now 8:53. Are there any public comments regarding this item, Madam Clerk?
No public comments.
Great. We'll go ahead and conclude the public hearing portion of this agenda item. The time is now still 8:53. So we have before us a recommendation to introduce for first reading by title only, waiving further reading of the ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, creating a new subsection to section 10292 for the purpose of banning the sale of nitrous oxide at tobacco retailers, and to find the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA, and to take such additional related actions that may be desired. Is there a motion and a second for the recommendation?
Move to approve?
Second.
Great. Madam Clerk, is there any further discussion?
Good job, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor McQueen LaShawn.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Let's move on to the business item, number 18, fiscal year
Thank you, officers.
2023 and 2024 annual comprehensive financial report. Will staff, city manager, did you want to?
Yes. Thank you. And we actually have our finance director and our audit lead here today. We're presenting our annual comprehensive financial report called an ACFR, which used to be, I think, Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, CAFR. So if that looks familiar but sounds a little different, it was a change in nomenclature a couple years ago. But essentially, it's the independent audit of the city and our financial practices. And so I think with that, I will introduce our auditor and ask him to just walk us through a little bit, because one of the points of the audit is to have that independent audit and to hear from the independent auditors rather than just hearing from the staff. So, all right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adam Geis. I'm the partner in charge of the audit from Moss, Levy & Hartzheim. We're a CPA firm based out of Santa Maria. So what you have here is the final financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024. So first, I just want to point that out. We're looking at a report through basically last year. We actually have field work scheduled in 2 weeks to come down to get the audit started for the year that just ended. So I just kind of wanted to quickly walk through it. I didn't want to get into a whole lot of detail unless you guys have questions, because it is something that's looking back so far. So just to start off with, walking through kind of page by page in that order. Pages 1 and 2 of the report. This is the auditor's opinion letter. What I wanted to point out here is this is an unmodified opinion, which is the best kind of audit opinion. It means that although it was a lengthy process, we were able to get all of the support that we needed, and that we agree with all of the numbers that are presented here in the report. Next few pages, pages 3 through 11, this is management's discussion and analysis. This is the only section of the report that is directly written by management, and allows management to say in their own words, point out what they want to out of the financial statements, provide a brief summary of the financial statements, and allow for a little bit of analysis as to why things might have changed. The next portion here, page 14 through 15, the statement and net position, or those more familiar with the business world, this is roughly equivalent to a balance sheet. Again, this is a snapshot as of June 30, 2024. Just a couple highlights here. Both cash and investments and capital assets increased from the prior fiscal year end. The current and long-term liabilities also increased, but not as much as cash and investments, which increased the unrestricted net position from the prior year. Page 16 and 17, statement of activities. This is looking at the city as a whole, all the funds in the city, and is reporting an increase in net position in the governmental funds of about 3.9 million, and a decrease in the business type funds of about 600,000. Page 18, this is the balance sheet of the governmental funds. So the general fund is reported here as a separate column, and then basically all other governmental funds are summarized together into another column. If you want more detail on individual funds, those are shown later on in the financial statements. There is a strong amount of unassigned fund balance in the general fund, again, as of June 30, 2024. You do see a negative unassigned fund balance in the non-major fund here. I just wanted to point that out since that's not always something that occurs. That is coming from the grant special revenue fund. Basically in 2023-24, that particular fund spent more than their current grant receipts. The intention was not to create a long-term deficit, but based off of the timing of governmental receipts and receivables, more money was spent than was present at that time. Page 20, the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance for the governmental funds. Again, for those more familiar to the business world, this is roughly equivalent to an income statement or a profit and loss statement. It does show an increase in the general fund balance at that time. And again, while we want to point out there was a strong increase during fiscal year 23-24, that's not necessarily indicative of future changes in the city's fund balance and positions. For example, cannabis income has decreased in the past year compared to what it was in the prior few years. So, just because it was a good fiscal year doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is going forward. So just to caution. There was a prior period adjustment in the general fund here, and the prior period adjustments in the financial statements this year mostly were reconciling and writing off old balances in assets and liabilities that were were highlighted and taken care of during the financial software upgrade, where the city did a significant upgrade and change in its enterprise financial software. Pages 22 through 25, this is the statement of position for the business type funds. What I'm talking about with the business type funds, these are the water, wastewater, solid waste, housing authority, and water plant funds, which are primarily supported by user fees rather than other types of general tax revenue. Page 26 and 27, the statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. The net position did increase during that fiscal year in the water and wastewater funds, decreased in the solid waste and housing authority funds, and was roughly about the same in the plant fund. A few other items I wanted to touch on in the notes. Pages 45 through 48, this is the cash and investments note. It shows a good picture of what types of investments the city held, again, as of June 30, 2024, and what the potential risks and ratings of those investments were. Pages 51 and 52, this is the disclosure of changes in the capital or long-term assets, essentially buildings, land, equipment, vehicles, items of those nature. The construction and purchases of capital equipment and capital assets exceeded the depreciation and amortization of those assets in the governmental type funds, and the opposite is true in the business type, where there was more depreciation on existing assets than new additions. Pages 52 through 56. These notes here highlight all of the different long-term liabilities of the city, and includes a schedule of required future payments on each of those liabilities. Finally, on page 56, there's a summary of all the changes in the long-term liabilities from the prior year to June 30, 2024. At the end of the year, there was a total of about $60.5 million of long-term liabilities of the city. But I do want to point out about $45.6 million of this was in the pension and other post-employment benefits. Other post-employment benefits is retiree health. And for those two liabilities in particular, those are long-term estimates created by actuarials over at CalPERS, in order to determine what all of the future costs of the city's retirement of both its current and future employees and prior employees is. So they do their best job to kind of do a bunch of calculations and try and put a number on there, basically to kind of inform you guys that this liability does exist for retirees in the future. But what I did want to point out there is if you look forward to pages 72 and 74, those two pages actually show how much was paid to CalPERS and to the retiree health benefits during that fiscal year. So while the liability combined was about $45.6 million, about $4.6 million was paid to CalPERS for pension, and about $500,000 was paid for retiree health during the year. So if you wanted to look at the actual year-to-year costs, those are reported in those schedules. Jumping back slightly to page 69, this is a high-level view of the general fund budget during the fiscal year. And I did want to point out that the general fund did better than budgeted. There were two primary reasons here. The investment income was quite a bit more than anticipated during the fiscal year. And then there was considerably less capital expenditures that were actually incurred than what was in the budget. In addition to looking at the city's raw numbers and auditing those numbers, we also go through when we come out to the city and test procedures over expenditures, receipts, payroll, and look at some other high-risk areas. And I'm happy to report that during all of our testing of those, we found that the city's internal controls were strong, and we don't have any findings to report there. We do acknowledge that this report is coming out quite a bit later than everybody wants, including us. And this last year was quite a bit of a challenge with the change from the old finance system to the new finance system. And like I said, we are scheduled to come back out in 2 weeks to start the current year, and we would anticipate that the report would be ready quite a bit sooner in this for this current year. Finally, I just wanted to thank city staff for all of the work that they do. They have all of their regular day-to-day finance work, and we can be quite demanding with asking for a whole bunch of documentation and reasons for things. And they were always willing to help us out as much as they can, and were very responsive with all of our requests. So our thanks to these staff for assisting with our audit this last year. That's pretty much all I wanted to go over, so I'll hand it back out to you guys if you guys have any questions for me.
Great. Does staff have does council have any questions?
I do. If you could summarize the state of our city based on this, or what it was, what would you say?
I'd say, as of the 23-24 fiscal year, it was in a strong financial position, but again, I haven't looked at how that has changed over the last year.
Thank you.
And if I can add to that, because I think one of the points that Adam made is that this was about 3 months into the decline of cannabis.
Mhm.
So if we still had the cannabis revenue coming in, we'd be in a strong position.
Yes.
I think what we'll see in the next report is what that impact of the cannabis and sales tax dropping over $4 million kind of does away with the wiggle room that we had in the prior year budgets. And then I think the other thing that Adam said that is something that we've been working to fix, that we're still trying to fix, is that I think in the past there was always this pattern that the city would say, we're going to do all these capital projects. We're going to fix the roof of City Hall. We're going to fix the roof of the police station. And then at the end of the year, we wouldn't do it. And then everybody would say, well, we have leftover money now. But you guys know this. We still haven't fixed the roof of City Hall. We still haven't fixed the roof of the police station. And there's a long list of these delayed capital projects. But somebody looking at this would go, well, you ended up a couple $1 million ahead. That's money that we can spend. Well, we still have to do those projects. And the truth over the years has been that the long list of projects is getting longer and longer, and that money's not there anymore because we didn't protect it when we should have. So back around this time, we had created that CIP fund where we actually said from now on, when we have money for a project like the roof to get fixed or streets to get repaired, let's actually put the money in that fund so that at the end of the year, if we don't get it done, everybody doesn't go, well, that money's up for grabs now. So we've done that to start addressing that, but you'll see that pattern in a lot of these, the prior documents where it looks like we had money left over, but it was really that there was a project that didn't get done.
Yeah, I see. I think that next time we'll see a different picture of where we are because of all of that.
Yeah, both of those factors, yeah.
I recall in past CAFR reports, there would be a schedule of total of the unfunded liability payments. And it showed the payments going up and then coming down to the point where, we would have it satisfied. Do you have a chart in here that reflects that?
The only chart in here is the payments that were required to be made over the last 10 years. That's page 72. But there is no requirement or anything to have a future unfunded liability cost schedule. So the only thing that you see here is the historical cost made to CalPERS on page 72. But you can see, in 2015, it was 1.87 million.
Are you on page 72?
72 of the ACFR, yes.
Okay, yes.
So in 2015, it was about 1.9 million paid to CalPERS. In 2024, it was about 4.6, 4.7 million paid to CalPERS. So that amount has consistently
Doubled.
been increasing, and yeah, over the last 10 years has doubled.
Yeah, I can't remember the date where it starts turning the other way, but I know it's going to be increasing. I think it was for like 11 or 12 years, and then at some point it starts coming down. So it's something that we should.
And that's all, yeah, assuming that CalPERS is making the correct production
estimates
on
yeah.
their future
rate of
investment
return
returns and all that kind of stuff.
Right. Okay.
And part of one of the main things that CalPERS and the state looked at back in 2012 when they changed the retiree plans and reduced the benefits for employees.
Right. So when it says covered payroll, 3 lines above where you just referenced, what does that actually mean? Does it mean that our payroll's gone from 7 million to 12 million, or is
covered payroll, yes, that is essentially the salaries and wages that are falling under CalPERS.
so that would include police and regular service employees, I guess?
Yes, for all city employees.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
No public comments.
Great. So we have before us a recommendation to receive and file the fiscal year 2023-24 annual comprehensive financial report. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve?
Second.
Great. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you for your report. Thank you. Let's take a 3-minute break. 3-minute break. I'm gonna run out to the restroom out there. to reconvene.
You presenting? They don't have representatives?
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 19, Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act discussion. Staff, please present the report.
Thank you. We have a brief presentation. First off, this item is on the agenda because the council requested at the last meeting for us to provide a presentation on the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act at an upcoming meeting. And so we will be providing a high-level overview on the act, also known as AB 1243 and SB 684. It is both of those, the Assembly bill and the Senate bill. It's a proposed state-level initiative to establish a climate superfund at Cal EPA across the state of California. As we'll mention in a couple moments, there's similar programs do exist in 2 other states currently, Vermont and New York, but the idea would be establishing this in California. The regulation would create a climate superfund that would be funded by fees assessed on the 75 largest fossil fuel producers based on their historical greenhouse gas emissions over the last 30 years, 34 years there, 1990 to 2024. Now, a key thing there is, from our understanding, it's fossil fuel producers. And so I think at one point in the conversation last meeting, there was questions about whether different agencies, businesses that contributed to pollution would be part of this. But our understanding, again, is the 75 largest fossil fuel producers, so companies that actually are producing those fossil fuels, not just contributing to pollution by operating on them. And so the idea would be those entities would pay fees, and those entities, those annual fees would be capped at $3 billion per year for 10 years, so potentially $30 billion that would be able to go into this climate super fund. The goals of that fund would be to fund climate resiliency and mitigation projects, support disadvantaged communities with at least 40% of the funding, and a major goal is to create accountability for fossil fuel companies that are deemed responsible for significant emissions. And so we only have a couple slides, but we have the slide. We did some research. We found some of the arguments for and some of the arguments against. So the first slide is the arguments in support of the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act. The second slide will be the arguments that have been raised against the act. And so we wanted to provide those. It is a policy question whether to support the Superfund Act. And so essentially, going through those pros and cons, it's really about what is the priority for each council member and for the city as a whole. And so in support of the Superfund Act, some of the key points is that this would create a new dedicated funding stream for climate adaptation and resilience. Some of the projects that it could be used for include shoreline protection infrastructure. I think that was mentioned last meeting. Dune and wetlands restoration, microgrids and zero emission vehicle freight equipment, heat resilient public facilities, and more. And so just right there, I think you can see on that list, there's several topics we've either talked about today or at recent council meetings, like the dune and wetlands restoration and some of the zero emission vehicle projects that this fund could potentially support. There's the funding would be competitive, and so there's potentially a possibility that, or there's the idea that some of the funding would be set aside for disadvantaged community requirements. Our understanding is that there are portions of Port Hueneme that could qualify that would then give potentially a boost in grant odds. So for Port Hueneme in particular, there's sort of a boost for the likelihood that we could actually qualify for some of these funds. The proponents say that a key point is that there's no mandates or costs to local government because it's a voluntary process in which we can apply for grants if we choose to, but we don't have to. So there isn't a mandatory cost on the city, and all the costs are to be paid by those fossil fuel firms. A couple other key points in support. There's ongoing accountability built into the act. 5-year updates to the climate cost study, and Legislative Analyst's Office will perform a performance review to keep the program data-driven and transparent. In other words, there's going to be some way of reporting, reviewing and reporting on the effectiveness of the program, and to ensure that the funds are going where they should be, where they're intended to go. And then as proposed, there was urgency clause language that was intended to start the regulations immediately after it was enacted, as early as 2026. I will note that our understanding is that the bill was in process this year, but it sounds like it's been paused and will be reconsidered potentially next year, is what we understand. So, and there's a question of whether it's going to be proposed as already written or if it would be modified and proposed again. So all of these points are based on what's drafted already. In the concerns, the things that the opposition has said about the Polluters Pay Climate Fund Superfund Act, some of the opponents have said that it's going to take time for the funding to reach cities. And so I think, the estimate is there that some opponents said that the funding the grants potentially would not reach cities until 27 to 28 or later, because it needs to, all those processes need to be set up. The opponents have said that it's competitive, meaning that the cities that have resources to invest in a consultant to apply for grants will have an advantage over agencies that do not have those resources. And also that it's likely grants often have local matching fund requirements, and so agencies that can't afford to match funds wouldn't be able to compete. So obviously for us, there would be a preference of, if something like they just automatically allocated a certain amount of funding to each city and each city could utilize that or something like that. But the complaint is from opponents are that it creates a competitive process where some cities will have an advantage to getting some of the funding. Another point raised by opponents is that they've said litigation and cost pass-through risks exist. And I believe this has happened in both other states, New York and Vermont. I think both of those states have had issues where the oil companies have sued those states after passing the act. The California version is stricter than either of those, so essentially opponents say expect litigation, expect the oil companies to sue and to delay collections. One of the concerns I had, and we reached out to some of the proponents of this, and they provided a response that I shared unilaterally with the council. But usually one of my concerns with acts like these is the possibility that fees could be passed on to customers, which are our residents. And so we reached out to the proponents on this project because some of the opponents raised that as a concern. And we got that statement that I shared that essentially said that the way it's written tries to prevent that by saying that it can't be passed through. So that would be, I think, a key point. And again, as the bill moves forward and there could be modifications and everything, I think that would be a key point to push for us is that we would want to make sure that the fees are not passed through to our residents who are trying to, pay for their gas and now are going to have another fee tacked on to that. So that's something that opponents raised as a concern as well. Let's see. And then we did include here that we have seen where supporters, and we heard locally that supporters of the act have stated that the bill is written with to intend to not let that happen. So, and then this was actually mostly interesting. We looked into the bill and we found that one of really the only local entity that had weighed in on the bill is actually the Port Hueneme Chamber of Commerce, and that they actually are listed as in opposition to the bill. So we have not heard from the chamber why that is or what the perspective is, but we thought that was relevant. The question I would have, I don't think we have a very active chamber.
We don't have a chamber.
Yeah, so I don't think we have a very active chamber.
So I'm not sure what her opposition is.
Yeah, normally,
have a
and
chamber.
that was the point, was it's like normally if you have an active chamber, then you'd ask the question of like, does that mean multiple businesses in our community have concerns? But we don't have a very active chamber, so I don't know if that's just one person's opinion or not. But they were listed on the bill tracker. So with that, that's sort of an overview of the bill, the good and the bad, or what opponents say and what proponents say. Like I said, our understanding is that the bill resolution the bill is now going to be scheduled for the 2026 session, and so I think when it was originally requested, it hadn't been scheduled for the 2026 session yet. So the request that was made at the prior council meeting was to give the council an opportunity to consider a resolution of support. We've identified that as an option. There's also the option of typically with Senate bills, Assembly bills, we do not typically do a resolution of support. We issue a letter of support, which is just less formal. We don't have to go draft a resolution and go through a adoption process. So council could also give direction to issue a letter of support now and then decide later whether or not to do a resolution of support. And then, or another action would be, since it has been delayed until the 2026 session, the council could wait and see what gets introduced in 2026. Or D, the council could take no action. So those are the four options that we've identified. Like I said, I kind of jumped out of order, but the main concern I typically have on these bills that are much bigger than us is just how is this going to impact our residents locally. So that was the question that we raised, and we got that response that as currently drafted, that the intent is not to allow it to impact those residents. And so that was really our main issue that we wanted to flag.
The mayor, I have a question about that.
Answer any questions?
So they're saying as drafted, is there a potential for it to be drafted differently later where the fees could potentially be passed down?
Yeah, I think that's a possibility that it could change in the next year or change through the process of being adopted. So one idea with something like that would be, identifying that the council would support it as long as that is clear in the language.
So I don't have an issue with supporting it, but is it premature to support if it's still being legislated?
I don't think it was premature when it was requested, but now that the legislator has moved it to 2026, I don't see what the urgency is. And I guess that'd be maybe a question for the proponents.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, so I am aware that there is no Port Hueneme Chamber of Commerce, but did you reach out to see what with the West Ventura County Business Alliance? No, because I mean they're active in Camarillo, Ventura. So I'm kind of curious what their thought process on this, but okay, that was my only question.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we'll hold for that. Okay, are there any public comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there are public comments. I will ask if all of you who want to speak on this item come stand at the podium, and then just as I call your name, you'll just approach the speaker.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I see there's quite a few, so I'd like to decrease the 3 minutes to 2 minutes, if I can do that.
Okay.
Thank you. And you have 2 minutes.
Give
Wait,
me
when
1
she-
second
when she's
just so
ready.
I can read. Okay, so Brooke Baltazar.
Okay. Good evening, Port Hueneme City Council. My name is Brooke, and I'm the Community Organizing Manager at local nonprofit called Sea Frog. I'm also a neighboring resident living in South Oxnard and want to thank you and city staff for moving forward with this presentation and proposed resolution. I am respectfully asking you to adopt the resolution in support of the California Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act, or AB 1243 and SB 684. Californians and Port Hueneme residents are facing an affordability crisis. At the federal level, we are seeing funding cuts to FEMA, a deeply concerning budget bill, and the stripping of environmental protections. At the state level, Californians are facing a $12 billion state budget deficit, resulting in funding cuts to essential programs and services that Port Hueneme residents rely on. We desperately need another source of state funding that does not rely on taxpayers, which is why the Superfund Act is so important. The bill operates on a very simple common sense principle. If you're responsible for making a mess, then you're responsible for cleaning it up. It's time that these fossil fuel companies are held responsible. While this bill will be heard in their respective committees in January, we're urging you to take action today so that we have the necessary support to move the bill forward early next year. Many other cities across the state have passed similar resolutions, including San Francisco, Los Angeles, and last week, San Diego. I encourage you to follow their lead today. By passing this resolution, you can help us build local support to encourage our legislators to pass this bill. As a coastal community in the fastest warming county in the lower United States and overly burdened by industry pollution, Port Hueneme would undoubtedly benefit from the passage of this bill. We'd see funding brought to our communities to address issues such as sea level rise, electrifying port infrastructure, grid reliability and resilience, workforce development, and so much more. That's why I'm asking you to adopt the resolution in support of the California Polluter Pays Act. Also, the cost won't be passed down because it's a non-operational fee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Francis Lee.
Hi, my name's Frances Lee, and I live in Moore Park. I'm a retired biologist and a mom, and I became interested in climate advocacy because it's a really pressing issue. It affects all of us, and I know we all want to preserve what we love, and I believe you feel the same way about your community. I know that you have experienced storm surge to your homes and infrastructure, and we need to address those things. We have funding from the government, but that has been stepped back. So we just need to move forward. These biggest polluters knew of the harms that their products would cause. They spend billions of dollars trying to avoid accountability and to spread misinformation, and a lot of that is even in our legislators. We can work together and hold them accountable. If we can do that, we can, if we can pass this bill, we can, like the resolutions of the cities need to be adopted first before our legislators really feel that they can act. And I hope you'll join us. Thank you.
Faith Grant.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Faith Grant, and I am with the Ventura County chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby. Grassroots organizations are coming together to let their city councils know that the climate crisis is real, and we are concerned not only about adaptation today, but into the future. The Palisades and Eaton fires dominate the news. However, here in Port Hueneme, the bigger risk is sea level rise. Warming oceans and melting glaciers are raising global sea levels, predicted to be as much as 6 feet by 2100, according to the IPCC. Under a 6-foot sea level rise, Huntington Beach would become a peninsula, while the Naval Air Station at Point Mugu and the construction base at Port Hueneme would be subsumed by water. A July 2021 RINCON report for Port Hueneme's 2045 general plan predicts that by, quote, the end of the century, sea level rise will include temporary flooding and daily inundation, wave impact, erosion, and saltwater intrusion, impacting groundwater. The unnatural climate events of storms, flooding, and fire are made worse by global greenhouse gases emitted by a small number of fossil fuel corporations. These corporations have raked in $2 trillion in profits while leaving Californians to pay the price for these unnatural disasters. It's time to make these corporations take responsibility and address the harm and damages. The California Polluter Pay Superfund Act sets the framework for fossil fuel companies to be held accountable. As a participating member of Ventura County Climate Association, I applaud the council for recognizing and planning for mitigation of future coastal flooding and erosion. Agendizing this resolution and passing it will be the most important step in protecting the residents of this city and in sending the message to our state
Your time is up.
legislature.
Thank you. Thank
Todd
you.
Collard.
Next, please.
Good evening, council. It's been very instructive sitting in the audience and seeing a council work really diligently for hours now. It's also interesting to see how forward-thinking this city has been in a number of cases. Councilmember Perez is extolling all the avant-garde things that Parks and Recreation has done, but more importantly, just recently you're talking about the forward steps you took in terms of the nitrous oxide case. You may have prompted Oxnard to beat you to the table of adopting an ordinance, but still you're in a leadership position. You can serve that same purpose here in our county. You would be the first council to set forward a resolution in favor of supporting this bill. It's in all of our interests. I'm a Ventura resident, but we're all in this world together. We're all suffering from climate change. I like to use a rowboat example. If we're in a sinking rowboat, we don't care who's bailing it, whether it's Port Hueneme, Ventura, Moore Park, whoever. Somebody's got to start picking up the bailing bucket and doing some work. And this is part of that work, is getting the people who've given us global warming because of greenhouse gas emissions are finally being asked to pay a fair share of what they've contributed to our problems. Those problems are landing on our heads as individuals, local government, and particularly as you deal with the disasters you face. You've had flooding, you've had the district, Port District lose a huge, expensive electrical facilities have just installed. This, I guess, a year and a half ago when the flooding occurred. So you got sea level rise facing you also. You've got your own issues. And as a government, you just saw your financial report. It hits local government particularly hard. So this is a way in which it can be corrected to a degree to the extent the funds can get to your city. And you may want to have a sidebar, side comment saying, we'd hope there'd be a per capita somehow portion of this money sent to you so you're not competing with much larger cities, which you being the smallest in the county would put you at a disadvantage if all the money is simply on a competitive basis. So thank you for your leadership.
Evelyn Singh.
Hello, Port Hueneme City Council. My name is Evelyn Singh, and I am a UCSB student and a youth leader with local nonprofit Seafrog. I'm here to respectfully ask you to please vote to pass a resolution in support of the California Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act. Everyone knows Port Hueneme as a beautiful beach community. You guys know this for sure, but like many coastal cities across California, it's now being hit with escalating impacts of the climate crisis. From sea level rise to extreme heat, flooding, and infrastructure stress, our community is feeling the impacts and paying for them in real time. Meanwhile, the state is facing a $12 billion budget deficit, and funding for essential services for the people who live and work here continues to be under threat. Over $2 trillion. That's how much the fossil fuel industry has made in profits since 1990. And then to put that in perspective, if those profits were spread evenly across California's population, which is 39 million, by the way, that would be over 50,000 per person. Instead, everyday Californians are the ones being told to tighten our belts, to save water, to drive electric, and compost their leftovers, among many other things, while these fossil fuel companies continue to pollute, profit, and pass the cost of cleanup onto us. While we work hard to recover and rebuild after climate disasters, the fossil fuel industry isn't being held accountable. And sorry, I'm going off script a little bit, but I'm here today to represent the youth, and I'm here today as an older sister. We mentioned earlier today about the kids who live in Port Hueneme and how we appreciate them. And then when we're thinking of urgency, I want to ask you who's going to be left to deal with the climate crisis after we're gone. Thank you for your time.
Abram Stewart.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and distinguished council members. My name is Abra Stewart, and I'm the program manager at a local nonprofit called Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas, or CFROG. And I'm here tonight to respectfully urge you to vote to pass the resolution in support of the California Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act. The science is clear, right? Pollution from the fossil fuel industry is devastating our climate, our economy, and our communities. And whether the climate impacts are of concern to you, I don't know, but what I do know is that your communities are important to you. That's why you're here tonight serving them as elected officials. And at its core, climate change is a community issue. It's a public health issue. It's an economic issue. And our communities are suffering at the hands of the fossil fuel industry, paying the price with their bodies in higher rates of asthma, cancer, COPD, and other adverse health impacts, all for the profit of industry. We are paying the price in wildfires, catastrophic flooding, and sea level rise, all while our tax dollars, yours and mine, subsidize this very industry and go towards the cost of cleaning up these fossil fuel-driven disasters that have devastated our communities. The science is clear, the economic impacts are deeply concerning, and this policy is part of the solution. Many people here tonight have or will detail the specs of this bill, so I won't, but I will ask you to recognize just how important taking local action is on this bill right now. It is vital to ensuring the health and safety of the communities you serve. Sacramento and the decisions that are made there and even in 2026 feel very far away, but they impact us right here at home in Ventura County. And as someone who works with the community myself, Sergeant Perez actually said something earlier tonight that really stuck with me. He said that after all he's done, he asks himself, how good was I as a servant? How well has he served this community? And I urge you to consider what it means to serve this community in your role as a city councilor as it pertains to this resolution, what it means to protect the health, economy, and livelihoods of the community members you serve. And this resolution is a step towards doing just that. I urge you to vote to adopt. Thank you so much for your time.
Molly McCoy.
Good evening, council members. My name is Molly McCoy, and I'm here to support the Polluter Pays Superfund resolution. I recently graduated from UC Davis and wrote a legal analysis for this bill for my environmental law class, and am now volunteering with CFROG to help make the act a reality. Any legal challenges to this act will fail. It is legally sound as per strict liability and retroactive precedents, and there is no evidence to support any of the arguments that the fees can be passed on. The NYU's Institute for Policy Integrity recently released an economic report that found that gas prices will remain untouched as the global market sets the baseline. Even if such retaliation did happen, non-local oil retailers would likely enter the California retail market lured by the above-average returns created by higher prices, which would then push state retail oil prices back towards the existing equilibrium. Economic theory aside, the Superfund is by far one of the greatest efforts that intertwines affordability, labor stability, as well as energy reliability, all while addressing and protecting current and future generations from the climate crisis. As illustrated by tonight's Parks and Recreation Proclamation, access to Hueneme's beloved green spaces is an invaluable community asset. Community power lies at the heart of this issue, and this bill will help enshrine funding to keep those spaces protected and vibrant for all to enjoy. Even if funding is delayed, having any grant money at all is absolutely vital in this market, as climate action is devalued and erased by the current federal administration. While this local resolution may seem insignificant, it sends a huge message to lawmakers. It's one thing to name polling statistics like how the fossil fuel-free media and Data for Progress found that 70% of Californian voters support this bill, but to be able to point to a handful of cities that have officially declared their support would be an incredible feat, one that we can't accomplish alone. Please support this resolution. Help us bring us one step closer to fortifying our community and port infrastructure against incoming climate threats. Thank you so much for your time.
Eric Bershinger.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Eric Bershinger. I'm a recent UCSB graduate, and I now volunteer with Seafrog. I'm here today in favor of the resolution to support the Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act. Though I'm not from Port Hueneme, I've lived most of my life in nearby Camarillo. I ask you to support this resolution because all of us in Ventura County must stand together, asking our lawmakers in Sacramento to give our region the financial resources we need to adapt to climate change. Our county is the fastest warming county in the lower 48. From agriculture to tourism, this region will experience dramatic fiscal impacts from the climate crisis. We must invest now in climate resiliency if we want to protect these vital economic engines. This bill not only invests in our future, but also helps out those already impacted by climate disasters, such as my friends and neighbors in Camarillo. The mountain fire devastated our city. It also has a price tag of $6 million in damages. That is a cost that I believe should be at least partly paid for by the fossil fuel companies whose business practices are causing the climate chaos that fuels disasters such as the mountain fire. This bill is modest. Companies impacted will only pay a fraction of a % of their record-breaking profits into this superfund to clean up the messes they've made. And besides, they owe us for past and future damages to Port Hueneme, Camarillo, and all of California. Resolutions supporting this bill have passed in other cities such as Los Angeles and San Diego. If passed, this resolution will be the first of its kind in Ventura County, encouraging other cities to follow suit, such as Camarillo, where we are working with the City Council on a similar resolution. Let's stand together as a community and support the Polluter Pays Climate Superfund bill. Thank you.
Melissa Munoz.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Melissa Munoz. I am a youth leader with Climate First Replacing Oil and Gas, a student at Oxnard College, and a proud resident of Ventura County. My comment today pertains to Agenda Item 19, urging city officials to pass a city resolution in support of the Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act. California is facing an affordability crisis in addition to the ever-increasing and devastating impacts of the climate crisis. For several decades, taxpayers, such as all of us here today, have been paying for the cleanup costs of disasters created by the fossil fuel industry. It is no surprise that our climate patterns are becoming increasingly alarming and unpredictable. Let us just think back to the heartbreaking catastrophes of our neighbors in LA earlier this year and in Camarillo just last year. The reality is that disasters like this will keep happening because we are overheating as a country as a whole. Ventura County is the fastest growing county in heating in the United States due to pollution and the excessively dangerous operations of oil and gas production. Ventura County is also the third largest oil and gas producer in the state, but at what cost to our health, safety, and financial security? The Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act is a legally and economically sound bill that would hold the largest fossil fuel companies accountable for the climate damage that they've caused, providing much of the relief to the coastal and frontline communities such as the Port of Hueneme and taxpayers. This bill would provide 40% of the funds towards cities most impacted by the climate-related disasters, creating more green and sustainable jobs and safer communities. As we've heard, other states such as New York and Vermont have already demonstrated climate leadership, and 70% of Californians support this bill. Therefore, we need to create a larger band of support throughout the state and lead alongside our neighboring cities already supporting this bill. So I urge the City of Port Hueneme's council members to think of the future of its constituents and pass the resolution in support of the Climate Superfund Act. Thank you.
And Alex Mantanona.
So, good evening, Council. Thank you for hearing us today. My name is Alex Mantanona, and I'm an environmental scientist, and I work with a bunch of these volunteer groups. So, we're coming together today as the Ventura County Climate Alliance to talk to you about this bill. And of course, you know, my friends and colleagues here, they've given you a lot of really strong information about the bill. And, you know, I came in today with a little bit more prepared speech, but I kind of decided to wing it because today was really about community. In this meeting, that's really what I got through here, was this city, this area, the people, the groups that we're working together right now. It's all about community. And when I think about the impacts of what climate change is doing to our local area and our local community, you know, I think about when the kids are out there on the baseball fields, what happens on those days where the sky turns orange and their neighboring cities are burning down? I think about where I'm currently working at, the Palisades Fire Cleanup. And I think about buildings like this that burn down, and you look around, you see chimneys and you see destruction, and you think about how that's gonna affect us, the health impacts, that ash and debris that gets into our lungs and affects the kids and affects asthma rates. Then you think about what's gonna happen close by, right? We have storm surges. We have things here on the coast that we're gonna have to deal with. But then I also think about the optimism that these types of bills can bring, where we can restore ecosystems and wetlands that will help prevent some of those storm surges, where we can develop our park systems from the funds that will be generated from that, where we can get air monitoring to help protect our communities. That's what this type of bill can do. So thank you for your time.
Natalie Johnston.
Hi, good evening. My name is Natalie Johnston. I'm also with the Ventura County Climate Alliance. A lot of the points that I had planned to make tonight, you have already heard. I just wanted to touch on a couple more. I think the way that climate change has impacted me the most, and I'm sure a lot of you have felt this as well, has been with wildfires. I have evacuated my own home in Fillmore 3 separate times, and I consider myself lucky because on the night that the Thomas Fire broke out in 2017, my sister only had enough time to grab her cat and a change of clothes before she had to flee. There was nothing left the following day. She watched on TV as it was all burned to the ground. And I, like most of us in our 20s and 30s, have dreamed for years of becoming a homeowner someday, and it already feels just so inaccessible. And so the last thing that we need is for homes to burn down and for insurance rates to rise. So this bill would help to make housing a bit more accessible for those of us who are struggling in that capacity. And I also wanted to note that microplastics are derived from fossil fuels, and they are found in our food, our water, our air. We are consuming them every single day. They're being found in the most remote parts of the world, and they are found in all of our bodies. And there is no reason for that. It's simply based on greed from these fossil fuel companies that keep throwing plastic at us. This is a problem that should have been addressed 50 years ago, but it hasn't been, and it keeps being shifted to the next generation and the next. And I don't want to keep passing climate change on to my nieces and my nephew. I wish it hadn't been passed on to me, but this is our responsibility now. So I hope you join me in helping us to pass the Polluters Pay Bill. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the in-person public comments. I did want to note that we received 10 additional written public comments. Those were provided to council before this meeting. Those were also posted on the city's website and placed in the agenda packet binder just outside of this council chamber for the public's view.
Great, thank you, thank you. Council, we have before us the recommendation to receive the information report of the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act AB 1243 and SB 684 to discuss and provide direction to staff. Is there a motion and a second?
I move to approve.
Move to approve which option?
The option B, issue a letter of support instead of the formal resolution, and wait till we agendize for 2026.
Great. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Oh, hold on. No, wait, we're going to do that. Oh, sorry. Let's move to discussion. Thank you. Councilmember Gama, did you have something?
I just want to, first of all, I appreciate you staying here and being passionate of what you believe in. I think it's great. As you noted, our community gets involved and we try to take care of our own. And I must admit, when I first came across your organization, or the name of the bill, Polluters Pay Act, I believe, you got me, because there are irresponsible people using fossil fuels, and they should pay for their misdeeds. However, pinning it all back on the oil company, I'm having trouble with that. And then I got triggered by the word Superfund. And I remember as a young kid, 1972, I believe, the EPA was founded, and they established a Superfund. Well, less than a half a mile from where I'm sitting, there's a Superfund site, been sitting there for 30 years, and nothing has happened. They put a cap on it. And that's not what we were promised. So I want to support good action on the end user. I have trouble penalizing or going after, I mean, our economy is based upon fossil fuels. I don't think anyone would disagree with me on that, right? Plastics, for all the bad that they are, and believing, pick up plastic every Saturday. They have revolutionized the medical industry. A lot of positive benefits have come with plastics, which in the medical industry alone were phenomenal. So my concern is sometimes legislative initiatives that come out of Sacramento, well, they make you feel good, they sound good, everybody's for it, and then you have a Superfund site sitting there for 30 years, which it shouldn't be there. When I was in high school in 1981, I'm dating myself, we played a football game in Pasadena. The smog was so bad, when you looked up at the lights, you saw a big layer of brown smoke. And so I feel really good about what has happened between then and now, because we don't see that anymore. Fortunately for you, you didn't have to experience that. We would be running on the football field and our chests would hurt. The smog was so bad. So I feel like we're making great progress, but we need to do more, clearly, right? And I don't trust Sacramento to do the right thing. And the trigger word for me is Superfund. And I have been rallying, I've written letters to presidents, to Congress, I've gotten in trouble for doing it, trying to get that Superfund site to be taken care of. And they told, back in 72, they said, we're gonna establish a Superfund, and when polluters pollute because they're irresponsible, we're gonna have the money to fix it. It's not fixed yet. So I have that's a problem I have with this. I think your effort and everything you're trying to do is great. I don't have confidence in Sacramento. My alternative is defer action and try to come up with a more workable, realistic approach.
Okay, any other comments at this time?
I have a comment.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Since California still being, so the legislation is still kind of being hammered out, I support the concept. I support the cause. And it would be premature to adopt a resolution if we don't even know what it is that we're adopting, right? But the concept is good, so I fully support the formal resolution, which we got a second. So that's my comment.
You said B, though, not
Correct.
the former
Well,
resolution,
the
but the letter.
issue a letter of support.
Great. Yeah, so Councilmember Gama, I heard your comments. We have a motion and a second on the floor. So if there's no other discussion around the first and second that we received, we're going to go to a vote.
Okay. Councilmember Gama?
I have a question on this. Will the letter, will the council be involved in writing the letter?
We would, well, you can't outside of a council meeting because of
Right.
the Brown Act. So we would draft it based on our legislative platform, focusing on the elements that based on this conversation that we support and highlighting the concerns that we would have for the final bill language.
Yeah, I could support that as long as that we have an agenda item where we could review the proposed letter that this council would send in support.
That could be part of the motion, would be asking for us to draft a letter and then bring it back at a subsequent council meeting. So that's up to the council.
Who made the motion?
I did.
Would you entertain amending it?
No.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take the vote on the motion. If the motion passes, then we have the majority, and if it fails, then we'll go ahead and it'll fail, so we'll look at a different motion. So let's go ahead and take a vote for the
Okay.
motion.
Councilmember Gama?
I support your actions, but I'm voting no.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
And Mayor McQueen-Lejean?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gama voting no and Councilmember Hernandez absent.
Okay, great, thank you. And thank you so much for your comments on tonight. Thank you.
And for the group, when you get updated information about the bill coming back, if you're in contact with us, so let us know, and then we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, so is there any way that you can give them an estimated timeline where we would get the letter to them?
Yeah, I think a letter probably within the next, let's say, 2 weeks. And then obviously, I think we're hearing that January of 2026, we could know when the updated language is. So that would be discussed at that time.
Okay, great, thank you, thank you.
I'm sorry, but so we're just authorizing a letter of support? We support whatever it is?
Consistent with our legislative platform, which says that we support generally environmental related legislation that focuses on these areas.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to item number 20, the Joint City Port Committee agenda process and future agenda items, period. Will staff please present its report?
Yes, thank you. So this one has sort of a few elements to it. I think it would make sense to go through them sort of piece by piece, one at a time. I think several of the topics have been discussed at the recent joint city port meetings, joint city port committee meetings. Some of the topics have involved the port asking for some feedback or some information from the council. So going through them one by one, the first one was a request by council at, I think it was the June City Council meeting to discuss, the June 2nd City Council meeting. There was a motion by Councilmember Gama, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to add a future council agenda item to discuss the agenda preparation process for the Joint City Port Committee meetings. So it actually ended up being a topic that was discussed at the last joint meeting. And we talked about trying to establish a process that allows both the city and the port committee members to go back to their full boards and get direction on items as needed. And so so the new process that was proposed at the last joint meeting was essentially having, very similar to the city council process, have a future agenda item section on each agenda. The topics could be discussed and scheduled for the following meeting. Because that is a 1 month lead time, then that gives the council members who are on that committee the ability to come back to council, and if they need direction for an item, to come back to council and ask for that direction. That's intended to address that first question, which is what is the process for setting those agendas and getting agenda items scheduled. and making sure that the council has an opportunity to provide direction or feedback to the joint committee members. So I think we should go sort of item by item. So starting with that, that's the process, and we're happy to answer any questions about that.
Was future agenda items on the agenda at the last meeting?
I believe it was on the last meeting, but it had never been, or it hadn't been on previously. So I believe we put it on last meeting. Yeah.
And so when you say we put it on, that means the city put it on, and we developed the agenda and then sent it over to the port?
Yes, although I will say for that item, I believe I had a call with the port CEO, and we talked about how do we schedule these and give an opportunity to get any direction we need. So I think her and I had discussed that and proposed putting it on future agendas.
So if we had a proposed future agenda that we all agreed on, then we're going to send it over to the port, and we're going to hear back from them on what they agree to, and then we could have an agenda that we both agree to?
So this is the joint city port
Right.
committee meeting?
Correct.
Not the...
I understand.
Yeah. So the actual joint committee agendas, the process as defined, the actual agendas don't come to the council. It would be if there's items that the committee needs direction on, then they would ask the council.
So my understanding of the CBF joint committee is that it's solely to discuss CBF. Is that correct?
So the required item that we discuss is the CBF per the settlement agreements that we've discussed. The practice over the years has been there have been other items that are discussed there.
And we've seen that.
Yes, yeah.
And so, and I commend Mayor McQueen LeJohn for pointing out to the port that, hey, we haven't got direction from our entire city council on a subject matter. But are we abandoning our desire to have a joint meeting, at least one per year or two per year, or are we going to stick with this joint meeting, 2 representatives from each body?
I think the joint meeting is defined by the contract, this joint city port committee.
The settlement
So,
contract.
The settlement contract. So at this time, unless there was council direction to determine otherwise, we haven't broached the topic of not having the joint committee because it's required by contract.
For the CBF, that's has been my understanding.
Yeah, for the CBF. So the council could sort of define, and as part of this process, the council has the opportunity to then say, like, well, these topics we don't want to authorize the joint committee to speak because they're important and the whole council should have a voice. You know, there's that ability with this process, but this process, I guess to answer your question, this process assumes that we're going to keep having the joint committee meetings. And so it makes sure to set up a process so that the joint committee can come to the council and ask for direction when they need it. We put that in place at the last meeting. In this presentation, we will talk about some of those future agenda items that were discussed, and the council has the opportunity to provide feedback on those. So, any other questions?
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So, reading the report,
Mhm.
just want to, I have a question with the port's monument. You know,
That's, we're going item by item.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's like 6 items.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I jumped ahead.
I think, yeah, and I have some pictures of that, so.
Okay,
I'll get to
I'll
that.
wait till we get there then.
Okay. Next 2 items on the list, I propose them being related, but obviously the council has, can provide alternative direction, but it's the Washington DC Joint Advocacy Trip, and then last year city and the port agreed to include a joint grant writing project on the community benefit fund that we haven't identified a grant or a purpose for yet at this point. So to me, they should be related because what we should go to DC to advocate for should be, you know, potentially the grant that we would be applying for, and make sure that we're trying to advocate to try to set that grant up to be successful as one of our goals. So you'll see here with on the slide that we talk about proposed 4 key areas for the joint DC advocacy trip, and the same joint proposed 4 areas for the joint grant writing project. Those 4 areas being water infrastructure. People may not realize it, but our water lines serve the city, the port, and the base, and I think that that's a key asset to all those entities. So supporting that, and the second piece of that is fixing water infrastructure, fixing, you know, the filters, the membranes, and all that. They are all very expensive items. So, so that's one area. Beach nourishment was a second area, particularly to continue advocating on the dredge and making sure that we get that we do whatever we can do to try to make sure that we get the sand, the remaining part of the sand this year. Road repair funding opportunities, again, another thing that people might not think about, but roads are very expensive, and our roads serve our community, but also the port needs those roads to make sure, you know, to support commerce, and the base needs those roads to get their equipment and their people, you know, from one place to another. So, so road repair funding opportunities was another key item. And then last, another initiative, and again, we're looking for those initiatives, thinking about going to Washington, D.C., those initiatives that impact the city, that play a major role in the port's operations and commerce, and then also that support our defense and our bases. So the fourth one we identified was security and public safety initiatives. You know, it still sounds fake or like a joke, but you know, it wasn't very long ago that there were spies caught at our base, and or you know, I guess spying on the base. I don't know if they're actually on base or not, but the idea that the city, the port, and the base all could partner and that improved security and public safety initiatives would support all of those entities is not far-fetched. So we suggested focusing on those four key areas. This was the intent was to have the DC trip in September and to focus on those areas. We got an update last week that the update I received from the port CEO was that the port wants to invite a couple of other representatives of other agencies that would also partner on some of these ideas. And so it sounds like, or doesn't sound like, we confirmed that the port wants to reschedule and postpone to allow for that discussion. For us, if council approves these 4 key areas, we're essentially ready to go, and then we'll be ready to sort of move forward when the port's ready to. So we propose those 4 key areas for both the DC trip, and then again, just logically, then we'd be focusing on those areas on the grant writing, seeing which project has opportunity when we talk to those representatives, and then trying to focus on a grant where we think there's a grant opportunity as well. But this is an opportunity for the council to identify if we're missing any priority areas or if there's any changes to those.
I have a question. Well, I think it's more of a comment, I guess. I was looking at all the green energy grants from the previous year, and in the current budget from the federal government, they removed all green energy grants, and they call them unreliable energy. Mm-hmm. And so I had drafted up a few things that I just took out because there's really no funding. There's no avenues to go and try to get clean energy grants.
Yeah, I think that would have been on our list, and I think we had started to talk about that, especially it's a priority for the port and the zero emission goal. But I think I think we all realized, including, I know Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem were at the meeting, but for the remainder of council, the last meeting we had, the port's Washington-based lobbyists, or legislative advocates, join us, and we talked about what things are no-go right now and what things are unlikely to get support. And so I think the green energy projects, the zero emission vehicle type projects, the feedback or consensus of the group was now's not the time to go and ask for those, even though it's not saying it's not a priority, it's just not necessarily productive right now. So that ended up not being on this list of items.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, go ahead.
So I've been on council now for 6 years, and it's taken me all these 6 years to realize what I'm now realizing. And the other day I was at the port visioning workshop, and they made a statement that we're going to grow 30% more, and then we're going to be maxed out. And immediately I thought about roads, like, well, you're going to talk to the city, or does the city just suck it up? And then I think about our revenue sharing agreements and how past city councils really didn't do us any favors on those agreements. And the agreements don't even come close to what's happening today on the roads in Hueneme, on the base. We talked about convoys. We tried to get definitions, try to understand numbers. And since that time, I've been paying attention more, and I started noticing that cars are not only convoying out of the port of Hueneme, but they're convoying out of the base down Hueneme Road to Glovis or whatever processor is there, and then they're convoying back to the base to get loaded on trucks. And, you know, the port came to the city when they first started bringing in cars and said, hey, we're going to bring in cars and we're going to pay you money for the infrastructure maintenance. And then here we are with we're so different than to that original idea, which was public agency to public agency. Makes sense, but I feel like we have fallen way. I feel like the agreements do not even represent what's on the ground today. You know, back when the agreements were meant, the convoy was from the gate down Hueneme Road, and it's obviously very different now. So the point of me rambling on is that I hope that we could collaborate in partnership with the port so that when they grow another 30%, we have a mechanism to keep our roads the highest quality roads that Hueneme over the years has been known to have. And so I'm just trying to understand, like, when they go for a grant to rebuild their shoreside power, you know, can we partner in such a way that we could carve out road improvements? I mean, it just seems to me that we really got to start working more closely together, particularly when there's an aggressive plan to grow by 30%, because, you know, 30% is a big number. And I think it's going to, if we don't make adjustments to our agreements, then we're not going to cover the impacts, the financial impacts. So I don't know how. It's a Washington trip. I thought it was canceled. I thought we were not going.
It has been postponed and not rescheduled yet.
Okay, so we have plenty of time to have these conversations, it appears. Do we have to make a decision tonight? Are we going to have a joint meeting with the port?
I think the decision tonight, what is recommended is approving those 4 key areas for the DC trip to focus on, so that when we are able to, when we meet with the port, we can decide if we're ready to move forward or not. And so some of those topics discussed, like the contract and things like that, that you mentioned, those aren't delegated to the joint committee, so those aren't on this agenda to talk about at this point.
But they were. Can't get my mic on. Is it- Check. But they were spoken.
Right, this item is the asking council for direction on the items that the joint committee is going to talk about with the port. So the contract hasn't been delegated to the committee, and in fact, I think the council specifically said that the council wants to be able to talk about that. So we don't have to make any decisions about contract conversations tonight as part of this item.
Great. Did you have anything?
No.
Okay, let's go back onto your presentation.
All right, so those are the 4 key areas we are proposing for the DC trip. Next item is actually an item that the port requested feedback on. It's the Bard Monument project. The project, you may recall, is the Community Benefit Fund project. The city reviewed the project, including having the Citizens Advisory Commission review the project. The Citizens Advisory Commission expressed support, but at that time wasn't sure about the location, and so that location was deferred to the council to consider the location, to review essentially the final location, and so the port is proposing a location, and I think Miguel is involved
Yes,
in that.
I'm here to answer any questions, but this would be the location which is adjacent to the museum that's right there on Market and Wainimi Road. So Mr. Bard would be facing the door of the museum to encourage, obviously folks from the community to go there. But as you could see, we've taken some of the different approaches of seeing how we can enrich that little corner area that's our property by creating more of a plaza and also redoing our signage so that it not only reflects, new vibrant community, right, but it also includes as one of the aspects a timeline of the history of the port, and also some text to highlight Mr. Bard and his contribution to world trade here locally as part of his HERO application that was submitted for this monument as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions pertaining to this.
Is it across the street?
Mhm.
Catty
Mhm.
corner?
Yeah. So where the current port sign is at,
Oh, okay.
it's right there. We're proposing to redo that little corner area.
Any other questions?
There's,
Questions for
I
me?
like the design. My only concern, and I mentioned it last time, was lighting at night.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we're incorporating some lighting features for safety, as well as we're ensuring that because it's right outside of our harbor master's office, that there's someone doing the rounds consistently, and also ensuring that nobody sleeps there. as
That's
well.
a nice little hiding spot right there.
Yeah, and so it will be well lit, obviously to city ordinance. And then also we'll be coming back to pursue the necessary permits for, construction once that occurs.
Go ahead.
It says the Port of Wainimi, and there's appears to be some more verbiage underneath that in green. What do you know what that is?
That's our tagline, which says we make cargo move.
Okay. Is there any room for the city of Port Wainimi on there?
Actually, there's we're gonna include some language of all the folks that were involved in the execution of this project. So there will be a space in one of those walls for an acknowledgement, as this was the statue itself was built with community benefit funds. However, the plaza is actually coming out of the Port Development Fund, as it's our own project.
I really appreciate the design because it matches the flags down at the beach, 6 flags and the Midway flags. The compass, yeah, so that's nice. Yeah, I would like to see north and south, east and west, just because maritime, kind of neat.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
So,
Mayor Pro Tem.
just so I'm crystal clear, because I already thought that this was approved. They just need to get the permit and they can move forward. Why do we have to go back to the CAC?
So we don't have to go back to the CAC, the Citizens Advisory Commission. The council could send it back to the CAC if desired. What's been approved to this point is the Citizens Advisory Commission approved it under the HEROES policy except for the location.
Okay.
So the council, and they actually said the council can decide the location. Council can decide the location or could send it back to the CAC. So either of those options, but the CAC essentially said the council could do it. Now, what does still need to get actually approved by the city is there is just the building permit approval. And so there is a process there. But as proposed, I think the commission was asking the council for feedback on if this location is more in line with what we're looking for. And then we give that feedback, and then they will, once they finalize it, they submit that, and then there's the final approval that can be done by the council for the official approval.
Great. Any other questions? Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay, great. So we have before us to receive the update and provide direction to the city council representatives. Oh,
There's actually a couple more
there's a
items.
couple more. Sorry.
But
Sorry.
It's up to the council. If there's general consensus, there doesn't need to be a vote if there's just general consensus that yes, we like this location, and I think what I would ask for if I was the port is, can you tell us if it's worth us going through the application process on this, or if you're going to reject it, just tell us now so we can not waste the time. So I think
Can I make a motion?
We got a couple of more items, or what do you want to do?
could make a motion or general consensus, or could make a motion either way.
Okay, so you don't want to finish with your presentation though? or-
We have 3 more items, so it's specific to going.
Yes.
this
Then
item.
we can do that.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a motion, and get a motion and a second, and we are approving the location, or approving, but the location
Giving the
and,
feedback that the city council supports this location.
very
So-
good. Is there a motion and a second?
I make the motion to approve the location.
If
Oh,
I
go
may
ahead,
add,
go
if I Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I believe we also never were able to get Mr. Bard approved as a hero. I'm not sure if my application went through, so I just want to make sure that that
So
we follow
that's
up
the
on that as
part,
well.
that 4th bullet point on there is, so the council's giving feedback on the location, and then once they say that the location would be good, then you have to give us a written update to the application.
Okay,
That then
alright.
comes back to council for the final approval.
Okay, sounds good, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So that final bullet
Mhm.
does not have to go back to the advisory committee?
No,
We're
it's
just
just
gonna do
that-
it here?
Yeah, you have the option. And, this didn't have to come back tonight.
Yes.
It's just that they would have had to take
Sure.
the leap of faith to then put the application
Right.
together and come back. And then if we said no, it would have been a waste of time. So that's, the extra step was getting the council's feedback. So now they know whether to proceed with.
Move forward.
Move forward with it.
Okay, so Miguel, you have the actions, you know what your actions are. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and have a motion and a second, and we'll go ahead and do that part.
I think we already
I already
did.
made
You did that?
Yeah,
Yeah, Mayor-
second. We're ready for a roll call.
Oh, Councilmember Perez, you seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
great, thank you.
Okay.
Over to you.
Next item is revenue sharing reporting update. This has been a topic at the last couple of joint meetings. In a nutshell, we had some meetings recently, city and port, where we discovered that since the actual settlement agreement in 2015, there have been several years where there has not been the reporting required by the contract by either the city or the port. And so we've had some conversation about trying to get that sort of corrected and addressed moving forward, so that we have all of the details worked out so that both agencies are providing the report per the deadlines and in a format that makes sense. And so the city provided, let me show this report for several of the years. And I think we included it in the agenda as well. And so this was the report that I provided last year as an example. And so you can see it's maybe more of a narrative report. Yeah, it just, when I got here, I just followed the template that I had found that on the years that the city had reported, which was not every year, but the years that we had, this was the template used. So we just used that and updated it. And after conversations with the port, the request is to sort of move to just a more financial type report rather than a narrative report, where we give the project title and description, the dollar amount, and the dates that the work was done for those projects. You can see one of the ideas is, per the contract, there's actually language in the settlement agreement that says that what the funding is, the areas that funding is provided for. And so it's that, you can see category 1, capital improvement and infrastructure maintenance to city streets that receive a high degree of traffic and other vehicle traffic due to ingress and egress from the port. So that is language straight from the contract for that first all the categories, but that's the first category. Second category, public safety services for special events held at the district and or that provide a public benefit to the district. And category 3 is public improvements or programs located within a 2-mile radius of the port, and which provide a public benefit to the district. And so the idea would be breaking them down into those 3 categories and providing more of a financial report showing how much of the funding is being used for each of those areas. So, again, just very different from the prior year reporting. I think my suggestion and recommendation is, it's definitely something different for us. So I'm working with my team, and our suggestion is that we sort of try this out for this year's report, and then when we get one together, that we come back to the council, we walk through it so the council understands it ahead of submitting it to the port. Make sure that everybody's comfortable with the report, and also sort of walk through the things like how much staff time we anticipate these reports will take and things like that, and get the council's agreement on moving forward. If as we're doing it, if we realize that the format needs to be tweaked, then we'd explain that as well. But we're gonna start with this. And then, so we recommend doing that as a starting point for this. The deadline for this year's reporting is September 30th. And then I think the question that then we will bring forward is, there is a request to go back and report for prior years. And so what we're going to focus on this year's report, and then when we have that, we'll come back and we'll talk about as what we learned from doing this year's report, and whether we have the capability to do prior year's reports, what the issues or concerns would be, and what the amount of time staff time would be for it. So so we're basically updating the council that this was the request, and that and we're recommending that council authorize us to move forward and try to put this year's report together in this format, or as close as we can get to it. Go ahead.
So I feel like we should include the names of the roads: Pleasant Valley, Ventura Road, Hueneme Road. We're seeing port truck traffic coming out of the main gate on the base. Going back at the time of the settlement agreement, I don't know how heavy those roads were being used, but I think the perception, at least from my experience being on council, has been that convoys is only concerning with Hueneme Road. So what I've noticed over the last several years is there's port traffic, a lot of port traffic on Ventura Road, Pleasant Valley Road, Ventura Road through Channel Islands Road, Pleasant Valley to Wainimi Road. So I think we should spell out all the roads that are being utilized.
Yeah, I think we will try to. One of the challenges we're going to have, especially like looking backwards, is that, yeah, but even like, so this report that's due September 30th is still reporting on things that have happened, right? As we were talking about this over the last couple months or so, we have for the first time actually created a project tracking code, which really probably should have been done 15 years ago. But we created it, and a credit to the finance department, and then all of our other departments that is implementing that. But so moving forward, I actually think it'll be a lot easier where we can just run a report and have detail to it. But going back, or even this report looking back 3 months ago, or a year ago before we had that capability, I'm not sure what level of detail we're going to be able to get to, but we're going to try to get to that level of detail. And moving forward, I think we will be able to. So.
Yeah, just one thing. Thank you for saying that, Councilmember Gama. I think the one thing that this is really capturing expense of funds.
Mm-hmm.
So if the work wasn't done on Ventura Road, that wouldn't be on this report. This is to capture where the funds are being used.
So
this is the annual report.
But if work is being done on Ventura Road, will it be captured under this format?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
If it were done, yes. Go right ahead, yeah.
So, my only concern is going back. Because do you have a pass down log or notes from the previous city manager?
No, that's part of the problem. And like we said, we just created the project code, and that means that we'd be trying to go back, 10 years and trying to figure out what they did without them tracking it very closely.
We would be guessing.
Yeah.
I don't think you should be held accountable for what previous city managers did or didn't do. It's not right, because, they didn't hold them accountable. They didn't, and they were close to the previous city managers. They were friends with the previous city managers.
It wouldn't be accurate because we would be guessing
Yeah. Right.
on what we spend the money on.
And to your point, we already know, unfortunately, that a lot of their stuff wasn't accurate already when you came in. So we would never be able to truthfully give them an accounting because we don't know what was being done.
Is there a possibility for both sides to agree, let's just move forward and let's do it the way it should be done, and kind of?
It's gonna be tough.
I mean, but again, we're talking about spending a lot of staff time to guess, and then why not just focus on the future, get a report that we could both agree on and hold each other accountable to, and, say you're sorry and for whatever has to be said and move on. But I just don't like the idea that we're going to spend an inordinate amount of staff time trying to rebuild the past.
And what about the legal ramifications? He's putting his name, signing his name to something somebody else is attesting to. That's not his, it shouldn't be his responsibility. How can he attest to that?
Yeah, and I think that's where, as we go through this process and we just see how it works for just last year, keep in mind we just changed financial systems on top of that and went from one financial system to a completely different one, in the last 18 months to 24 months too. So I think as we go through that, then we'll get a feel for if we can go further back and how accurate the data would be, and whether, how much time it would take and all of that. So I think I think that's an outstanding question, and I think our thought was, let's try it here, see what we learn, and then when we have this one ready, which we're aiming to bring back to council maybe early September, that then we can have a conversation with us about if we're comfortable and how far we're comfortable going with that.
I usually have a pretty good memory, but I believe that we didn't have our first CBF discussion until my third year being on council. Maybe, I mean, I that's my recollection. So maybe we could, because I remember we're like, at some point we got to, what are we going to do? Because we just kept letting it build up and build up. And so it's been very awkward. I think Mr. Rollins could attest to that too. And, because we didn't have a way to do it. We just kind of stumbled into it and scheduled a meeting. But I do believe it was almost 3 years that the money was just being held over at the port, and not until we said, hey, let's try to come up with a way to deal with this. So.
Okay.
Any other comments? Back over to you, City Manager.
Okay. On the last thing on the list was a couple of the proposed future agenda items, just to give council a heads up, and then if there is any direction desired to give. The big item is the one on the left, which is sort of the main event of those joint meetings, is the community benefit fund projects. So just as an update to the council, the city provided the proposed projects list to the port. The port said that they would review, or not review that list, but they would review their thoughts at the board visioning workshop that occurred, was that last week now? And so we are expecting feedback from them at this point. We did get sort of a preview that there was a thought of maybe trying to change the focus of the community benefit fund a little bit, and without turning it into a whole contract discussion. The contract essentially gives, I think it's 4 categories that the community benefit fund dollars could go towards, and category 4 is other. And I think the thought process was that over the years, too many of the projects have been other and not in the first 3 priority categories. So they said that that may be a topic that they come back from their visioning workshop about, but we haven't had that follow-up conversation yet. So we don't know 100%. So we wanted to give an update on it. Technically, it's an opportunity for council to provide further direction to the committee, but I think my recommendation at this point would just be sort of wait and see what the port's response is. So at this point, the city has its proposed project list, and that is the proposed project list, the one that came to the council previously. So.
Yeah, I attended the visioning workshop. I was there for probably most of the meeting. I may have missed the last part of it, but so there are 4 categories, and I think it was said that the first 3 are major categories, major, and that the money that's being set aside, really can't allocate towards that. And then from the port side there, Commissioner Hodge was saying, these are things that we're already funding in our sponsorship, so why are they going to the CBF? And so I think maybe we could consider how to get more grandiose, tangible products that are truly community benefit fund. I think that's what I heard.
So I think we have direction to continue with our proposed project list until further discussion. Yeah. Okay. And so last thing, and I'll make it brief, is at the same time, 2 of the future agenda items that were discussed was the port's proposing doing a presentation on port project partnerships. So we didn't get too much, we don't really know much about that, but they're planning to give a presentation. We just wanted to flag that, but there's no, I think it's just informational. And then the port requested a presentation on the city's economic development plan. We noted at that time that the council had requested a presentation on that, so we'll have that on the next agenda for council, and then we can present following that time at an upcoming meeting.
Go right in.
So would our new economic development director be on board?
No, they won't be by then. We have our, and maybe this is more for public knowledge, is We have an interim person, Kim Perlhart, who was the county resource management agency director, is interim, and she's working part-time. And so because she's working part-time, she's going to focus on the community development and making sure that we're operating that correctly and processing permits appropriately. And so I think I'm probably going to take more of a role on with economic development to try to move some of those projects forward that had been stuck for a while. So I'll plan to give that presentation and then also to be working on the economic development plan. So those were all of the items. I think the only one really that needed council direction today was the Bard Monument. The other ones were just to update the council and give the council the option for direction. So with that, I
Did we
have
vote
nothing
on
else.
the 4 items for,
Oh, we didn't vote on the DC and grant writing. I would actually suggest
Move to approve the DC items.
those 4 topic
Wait a
areas for
minute.
those. Yeah.
So your presentation, you conclude
Mhm.
your presentation. Okay, so let's go back to the 4 items for the DC trip and the grant writing.
Mhm.
Is there a motion and a second to approve those 4 items?
Yes, there's a motion. Move to approve the DC items and grant writing.
Thank you.
I second.
And second. Mayor Pro Tem. Are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Great. Can take a roll call, please?
Yes, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
So we had that. Did we have one more item?
Yes, one more.
No. Did you have one more?
Oh.
Was there another item in here that we needed to vote on?
Nope.
Okay, got it. All right, so final item is item 21, Veterans Advisory Ad Hoc Committee Appointments. Staff, please present your report.
Okay, I can keep it very brief. City Council created a 5-member Veterans Advisory Ad Hoc Committee. At the time we created it, we had 3 applications on file, so those 3 members were appointed. But the council asked staff to keep the recruitment open for 2 additional members. Since that time, we have actually received 5 applications, although one lives outside of the city, so I would say there's 4 valid applications, but obviously council's call. So we have those remaining applications, and so the council can appoint now the remaining members of the ad hoc committee, and has options with that. The council could appoint, choose 2 of those people to have a full 5-member advisory committee. The council could choose to have a different number than the 5-member advisory committee. So it's really council's choice. And I'll actually keep it that brief. I think if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
so can I be part of that committee?
So the council could appoint a council liaison to a committee. We've done it before with like the museum committee.
And then once the ad hoc is done, then I would come off that committee.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Yeah. So that would be an option. I guess I have to look at Joan and say, can we do that as part of this item? No, I think you'd have to attend. Come back at a.
Okay.
Yeah. So just and it's just because the way it's written that we said appoint the additional members to the ad hoc committee. Yeah. I guess. Okay. It's
Okay,
kind of a
so
borderline call.
Can I make a motion?
So, yeah. Yeah, actually, it's 11 o'clock. Go ahead.
Whatever you want to do.
You do whatever you want.
And so we also talked about the number of people on the committee. Would that have to come back as well?
To create the ad hoc, I don't think so. Because I
No.
don't think we did anything formal. We don't have
No.
to change bylaws.
Okay,
So the council could just appoint whoever it wants to appoint to the committee.
Okay, so there's a couple of things though, so.
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion to approve all 7 for an ad hoc.
Okay.
Minus the one person who lives outside. So what this does, it creates a 7-member panel, and they're gonna come back and advise the council to say, hey, this is what we agreed upon, and it'll probably be a 5-member committee. But the ad hoc it gives the framework. Those 7 individuals will give the framework to the council.
I thought we already previously agreed to 5.
Council had identified a 5-member ad hoc committee.
So do we have to put that on the agenda to change it to 7?
I'm gonna look to Joan. I think we just said no because there's no
because
bylaws.
it's- Yeah. No,
Because
you
it's
don't
an
have-
advisory ad hoc, the council could, and there's no document anywhere that says that it has to be this number, the council has the ability to choose.
Yeah, I think the makeup of 7 is good. We have 2 females, which is great.
I think it's a great number to allow great framework.
Well, I did. And I think it's great. I like Hannah and I like Becky. I think they're both great community persons.
So that's a motion, we have a motion?
So there's a motion on the floor to change it from 5-member to 7-member and accept the application.
Second.
Great. Any other discussion?
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great. So that was our final item. City Manager, you have comments?
Make it short. Just make it short, James.
Yeah, I'll do a couple.
1 minute.
I wanted to highlight the work of the police department. I think in the past we had talked about fireworks issues. Our police department last year acquired a drone to do traffic, as part of a traffic grant to do traffic enforcement. And this year was able to just sort of use the drone a couple times throughout the day on 4th of July. And so what we have here is a brief video showing some of the things that the drone saw and some of the things that our police department responded to. And so, yeah, so that showed one person essentially, or apparently selling fireworks, and then that showed the police department.
Look, little kids there.
And so what you're seeing with each of these is you're seeing what we caught, and then you're seeing the police department respond and be able to actually address these issues and hold people responsible.
That's some good drone stuff. Good job.
Yeah, our drone program is great.
Yeah, like we said, each of them ends with then PD responding and addressing. So we heard feedback, we heard residents saying that they saw it in action and that they appreciated the efforts. So we thought it was a good thing. Lots of fireworks confiscated, and I think just sort of the next step in the fireworks violation response protocols. So.
Now the next thing we need to do is up the fine.
Yeah, I think that is something to think about. So anyway, so moving on from that, because now we have a year to prepare for next 4th of July. But moving on from that, Hueneme Beach Fest was last weekend now? I don't know. It's been a long day. Feels like a month ago at this point. But so we had Beach Fest, and it was, I think, very good, positive feedback, very well attended. We noticed some of the items that we look at, like some of the items sold in different categories and things, all seemed up this year. We have some drone footage, and so we're trying to actually get a precise count. But it appears that we may have actually had an increase from prior years in those categories, and so that's a positive. So, and I just think a good community event with a good community focus, lots of different high schools and different groups participating. So, a positive event overall. And so, thank you for everybody who was part of that. earlier today, we heard about July being National Parks and Recreation Month. The two remaining events we have scheduled for Parks and Recreation Month is Thursday, July 24th, the Walk and Talk with Parks and Rec professionals at 5:30 p.m. And last year, there was actually a decent crowd that showed up for that, and a lot of them had a good time. So that's a good one. And then we have our second annual Kite Day, which I think was probably the big hit of our new events. So that's coming up on Saturday, the 26th, from 10:30 to 2:30. And we're going to have kites for the first 50 attendees. And so if you don't plan to get there early, make sure to bring your own kite so you can participate. So those are the big two events, remaining events for Parks and Rec Month. For August 18th, this was the tough agenda because it was essentially like 8 weeks worth of items. We have a little bit of a gap between the next meeting with the last part of the summer break, but it's not as much of a gap, and so it's not as long of an agenda as today was. But we have the items listed here. For public hearings, we have smoking prohibition that we've talked about several months back, the smoking prohibition for multi-unit housing ordinance. We have an ordinance related to median solicitation, so the people that stand in the median and start and distract drivers and flag people down and things like that. And then we have 3 business items scheduled: the short-term rental item after all the community feedback and the options, the utility rate study item, just to talk about us starting that utility rate study process, and then a presentation related to the economic development plan. So those are the major items scheduled for the August 18th agenda. And that's all I have.
Great, thank you. Any questions for City Manager?
I did have one other note, sorry. Port Hueneme PD just announced, I think today while we were in here, that they are hosting National Night Out again this year on Tuesday, August 5th, in front of the police station here at City Hall from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. So we'll share that, but we wanted to announce that today for anybody listening.
Oh, we're going to be gone.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's move on to the council member reports and comments. Councilmember Perez?
I have no reports or comments. Yeah. Well, except for it was a good beach festival, so thank you to the Montelongos and the Explorers for a great job. Well done.
Moving on to Councilmember Gama. Beach Festival was great. I'm really bummed because my kite is only going to be able to make a half-hour appearance on this Saturday's kite day. But I have an event that I have to do with my family. But if you're out there, get a kite, go and pray for wind.
Great. And Mayor Pro Tem?
I attended the VCOG 2 weeks ago, and then I passed to city manager. We had a technical planning assistance budget RFP that they're waiting on from us, so I passed that on. Additionally, I did go to the joint Clean Power Association meeting, which would kind of find out that all green energy grants from federal are pretty much done for now. For residents who who are looking for solar rebates, battery rebates for your home, that will expire at the end of the year, so you should really consider it. And that is it for reports.
Great, thank you. I have a couple of items. I participated in the port's unveiling of the second stack clean air barge. We're excited to see that there and decreasing the emissions to our community. So I already communicated that to you guys, so thank you so much for continuing to move forward to your zero emissions. So really appreciate that. A couple of more things. The GCTD, Gold Coast Transit, they have their new service changes in effect July 8th. There were some changes in schedules, so there's been some modification on some of the routes. There's also a new bus book that is available on buses, online, and at the Customer Service Center. And so that happened July 8th. For VCTC, Ventura County Transportation Commission, in June 2025, the California Transportation Commission approved 2 key funding awards. One was, that I'll share, was the $11.3 million in the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program funding for the Hueneme Road Widening Project, which will improve the freight movement and enhance safety near the Port of Hueneme, and in turn, Port Hueneme. So this marks another great partnership project with the Port of Hueneme, City of Port Hueneme, and the County of Ventura. Other than that, just been participating in my meetings, and so all is well. So with that, let's see. So are there any future agenda items? Yes. Yeah. Councilmember Perez.
I have one. I know, I didn't, I'm tired, I'm sorry. Okay, so it's a public safety issue. I don't know if it needs to be agendized, but the railroad at Hemlock, or Channel Islands Boulevard, when it stops to go into the Navy base, it stops and it goes all the way across to Hemlock. And it blocks traffic, which means it blocks the west side and the east side of Channel Islands Boulevard, and our police officers cannot get to each side when there's a call for service. They're blocked. And they have to go all the way around to either Woolley or Hill if there's a call for service. So they're pretty much stranded to get to the other side. So I don't know what we can do about that, if we can, but that's a problem.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gama.
Yeah, so I keep noticing these
We didn't vote on
Oh,
that.
okay, sorry about
Oh.
that. Is there a motion and a second?
What can we do about that? What is the motion for? What,
That's the question, is basically an item to ask us to look into what we can do.
Okay.
Yeah. The short answer, knowing it's 11 o'clock at night, is railroads are federally regulated.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we can do much, but we can look at that.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anybody second that?
Yes.
I second that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
So I've been noticing the flower vending on the corner of Ventura and Channel Islands Road, and I was a little unnerved by it, but now there's children, a mother and a child, but the problem for us is it's Oxnard, but then on the other side is Hueneme. So could we have an agenda item to address a vending ordinance for the city of Port Hueneme? Because I do know there was some complaints that there is unlicensed food vending going on outside the gate of Beach Festival. And I know that some people complain with unlicensed vending that's going on at the pier and beach area.
Yeah, so the item listed for the next agenda that was listed as median and solicitation.
Okay.
Is intended to address those.
Those two issues?
Yeah, I guess, I don't think we were specifically saying the sidewalk vending, so that could be included in there. And yeah, the chief can respond, because we've been talking about this as an issue, and we wanted to bring an item.
Yeah, you have to be strategic in how you approach these. I'll just be brief. What we're looking at is the median solicitation vending. It's going to cover medians and shopping center entrances and exits and stuff. The state of California does not allow us to change their laws that allow sidewalk vending, but there's specific elements in the sidewalk vending, so they can't be on your grassy knoll at the beach, but they can be on your sidewalk as long as it doesn't completely block the path of the sidewalk. So that was passed before Governor Jerry Brown had left office. So there's limitations on that. But in the future, there's other stuff we're working on with the city attorney's office that could help with the vending issues at the beach that doesn't affect the law that's already in place that says we must allow sidewalk vending to occur.
But do they have to have a health permit from the county?
They still have to have the permits.
And if they
business
don't have
license,
the permits, do we have
they're
the,
administrative fines.
but we don't have the authority to issue a ticket?
Criminal citation? No.
We can for the business ones, the health department has to do theirs. There's another way to approach this, and as we get through this section, I might be bringing another one forward to you that specifically addresses our beach park. So watch for that.
Knowing it's 11 o'clock and this isn't on the agenda, so we're bringing the median and solicitation on the next meeting. So
The
we
18th.
can explain, we can talk about this, yeah.
I know you don't want to talk about it anymore. Can I just add one thing in there? This is maybe off, I'll just wait till it's my time for the agenda. We can have a discussion there. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Wait, did we get a?
It's already on.
Okay.
It's already
It was
on.
on the list, yeah.
Okay, so I do have one agendized item. The Parks and Rec reserving, the covered patios, there's two. The system's not up. You gotta actually make the phone call to reserve that. And when you go there, on a Saturday, the place wasn't clean. So you actually, I had to clean it before using it. Bubbling Springs patio. So I would want to agendize, what do the residents get, or how do we fix this item?
I guess when you say the item, so I think I don't know what the question is.
The question is there's two issues with Bubbling Springs Park. We can't reserve, we don't have, it's not on our website to reserve. And when we reserve it by a phone call, you have to clean it before you use it. So that needs to be fixed.
Okay,
I'm requesting agenda item to fix our rentals.
Second that.
Can I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but I don't want to talk about it. I just want to, no. I want, because there's something, so he specifically said the covered patio, but there's a myriad of things. How do we do the beach?
Yeah.
The beach fire pit?
Yeah, I
Right?
think what it would be more a presentation on what's included in the rental process. And I think one thing, one question will be, what do we want to be included? But then we have to have a conversation about what it costs to include everything that we want to be included. So I think maybe starting with the presentation on what's like how it works and what's included, and then we can go from there.
Yes.
Yes. Is there a motion and a second? Who motioned it?
I motioned
Okay,
it.
second it. Okay, roll call, please.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Yeah, so, wait a minute, can I say something? No, I was just gonna add, we're gonna be talking about the vendors and stuff, and, I was just wondering, is it in our ordinance that we can have jolly jumpers at the beach?
There was some, when I arrived, I had, was told that there was a rule that there's no jolly jumpers. I think when I got here, I then looked through our code and I did not see that rule anywhere. And so I think it might have been a practice.
Okay.
So,
I wouldn't doubt it because for many years, the fun police took everything out of, wouldn't allow anything.
yeah,
JPA, I think it's a JPA thing, but we're discussing.
yeah. But so,
Parks and Rec.
yeah, I was gonna say, that could
Yeah.
probably be included with Parks and Rec
Okay.
and just some sort of
Okay.
process discussion.
Council, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, we're going to, I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney for closed session.
Yes, we're going to go into closed session, but what we're going to do is adjourn this meeting, so people who aren't needed for closed session can go home. It's late. And the time is, what is that?
Yes. And if there's any reportable.
11:13. And to the extent there is any reportable action, I will report that at the beginning of the next regular session, which is August 18.
Thank you. So this meeting is now adjourned. It is 11:15.